everybody, we'll get going here. It's foggy as all hell. This might be the most interesting thing we see all day, so. Just in case, it's the most interesting thing we see all day. You never know. So this line of storms, we've got kind of a repeat of the last few days, except it's in a little bit different area. We're going out to Iowa this time.
5620 unwanted person, Metro Market, 3650 University Avenue. Miller's Baric, black hoodie, gray shorts, and a backpack, just talking to himself in the produce aisle.
We'll wait a minute here for some people to join in. But the fog out here has actually gotten a little better. You can barely see. It slowed me down quite a bit getting out here. I was making sure that wasn't a known address, and it's not. Alright, we're good. I was just making sure that wasn't a known address. I might be turning around for that. But.
He's going to let us walk through the residence. Says he's the only one home. Was yelling at a dog.
Guy was yelling at a dog. Somebody called the cops on him. What a joke.
Oh, being ruined the place of fire one. What channel are we doing on this?
I believe it's going to be Rockfire North. That changes our election. Okay.
So we've got a weakening line of storms coming in. And but this is the third day in a row, so might as well, right?
Back up before.
No, it's like might as well go out for it, right? Even if it is crap.
Turn right. At the stop sign, turn right onto Wisconsin 23 North.
Not necessarily saying it's going to be crap, but it is a little questionable. Right now, this thing is kind of weakening a little bit. Actually, a lot. But they do have the severe thunderstorm watch out, and we only got to go another hour, so might as well, right? Might as well. And stuck behind farm equipment already. Go figure. God, I hope this guy's turning. Nope, he goes straight through town. Nope, he's turning. All right.
citizens
So there is a severe thunderstorm warning out there for Marshalltown down to Knoxville, Iowa. Includes parts of I-80. It's pretty pathetic looking though. Only 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Severe thunderstorm watch is out though for most of, come on dude, go. Sorry, this guy is just like staring at me in his rear view like,
10-2.
pay attention to the road and go.
Here in the Whole Truck Gaming parking lot.
This guy's been staring at me in the mirror the whole time like I did something to him, I don't know. Maybe he thinks he knows me, who knows.
At the next stop sign.
But severe thunderstorm watch goes all the way to damn near the Mississippi River for most of eastern Iowa.
Onto US 151 business.
Truck, Union Zebra, 303.
Oh, for crying out loud.
Yeah, we.
Come on, bud. This guy, that guy had his blinker on the whole time. Why didn't you go? Jesus.
Head toward West Street.
Alright, well that guy turned off, thank God. Now we can get somewhere.
Head toward Falcon Street.
Liberty Atlanta 34. Medical incident. 6234 Maywood Avenue.
3.
I figure we could head down there anyway. So right now there's just not a lot of, there's a lot of convective inhibition. There's a lot of stable air. A lot of stable air preventing these storms from really doing much. And they are kind of on a weakening trend. There's a mesoscale discussion out discussing that they are weakening a little bit. But the severe thunderstorm watch goes all the way to Davenport, and the watch does say 75-mile-per-hour winds.
In half a mile, turn left onto the US 151 south route to Dubuque.
So probably worth it. I don't know what it would matter if the guy watching me was the Drug Enforcement Agency, because I don't know what that would matter. I mean, it could have been the fucking Queen of England and I could give a shit, you know? Who cares?
Onto US 151 south.
If you guys haven't noticed, I just don't give a crap. We established that, especially after the, I put some people in their place on Twitter last night, so I think we've established that. People that deserved it. I want to be very clear about that. People that deserved it. I don't have a problem being crappy to people that are nasty. Like you, sometimes there's certain types of people that I think that almost benefits them. I think they need that
Continue for 105 miles.
slight bit of internet abuse sometimes. Yeah. Some of these people need a little bit of verbal abuse, I think. I don't know, we'll probably head down to like Anamosa maybe. Guys, I don't know. This is a shithole. I don't know why we're going this way. I'm gonna be completely honest with you guys. You know, you watch all these damn weather live streamers, and they're all just like, "Oh my God, this is nuts." No, this is shit. Like, this is crap. I don't know why I'm even driving this way. It looked way better an hour ago when I left the house. But we're gonna see what we can do anyways for the hell of it, because this is day 3, so this is the 3rd day in a row that we've had a morning squall line, convective complex. So, I mean, we might as well, right? It's not hurting nobody. I don't think there's gonna be redevelopment later. If there is, I mean, maybe. I don't think it would be anything worth writing home about. Maybe there could be.
Copy that.
There's quite a bit of fog out here this morning. Yeah, we're not gonna go into Illinois with this. We'll go to Iowa instead. I've spent $300. This will be $300 in gas for these freaking morning complexes. It's about $100 every day. I don't remember the last time we had these repeating, like, complexes of storms like this. This one's much, much weaker and farther west, and a little bit farther south, but still. Probably have to stop for another $100 worth of gas up here. Complained about it yesterday. I have to complain about it again today. These gas prices are just stupid. Absolutely ridiculous. Holy Christ.
Page 4, Livingston, first responders, and Montford EMS. You're requested at 305 South Park Street. Going to be for a 27-year-old female. Believe she's having a panic attack.
I'm sure she'll be alright. Thoughts and prayers or something. Whatever. Anyway, there is a quick trip up here, or we could just go to the one in Platteville. That one sucks, but it's got a self-check. I think that one's got a self-checkout. I like the quick trips with the self-checkout because I don't, like, it really is a process now with the quick trips. Like, do you have rewards? No. Do you want rewards? No. Are you sure? No. When you go to the self-checkout, you just scan it, pay for it, and leave. Don't have to worry about it. Well, that's right. Honestly, Thomas, so, like, that's my complaint. And I think I told you this on Facebook, too. Like, I almost think that and I don't really have anything to base this on, but I would almost wonder if it would just be cheaper to just give people the same rewards perks that they get if they have the rewards versus actually maintaining and promoting the rewards program. Like, makes you wonder. There's a good quick trip up here off of the highway, but just go to the one in Platteville, I guess.
Number 3.
Cedar Falls,
110 to Steven.
Anyway. Unusual for fog in August. I mean, no, we get fog all times of year. I tell you what, it was really foggy earlier this morning. But that's the thing that we've had every single day with these systems. It's been very foggy each morning when I've left. Like, really foggy. Yeah, they just dropped all the warnings on it. What are we doing? Like, this is one of those things where it's like, why? Like, what are we doing?
And shop gets to work done this morning, so could you put us on automatic gate for a little while, please?
That's all right. We'll still see what we got here. Maybe these will intensify as they move in. Thanks, Tori, for the super chat. Appreciate that. Can't run the super chat goal today because it's broken again, and that's not me, that's YouTube. Like, it just doesn't give me the option sometimes. It's really annoying. Because, like, we use that, you know, and it works really well because we use that to, you know, fund the app and the mission and all that, and then it's kind of irritating. I kind of think the next move for myself in this operation is going to be to establish our own platform. I mean, YouTube is great, but I'm getting to the point where maybe we just need a project whether I like a freaking Roku channel and, you know, the app, and we port the app over so you can run the app on Roku or some shit. And then you got your TV viewers, and then we can get, instead of running YouTube ads, we can run actual ads. You know, somehow we get people that believe in what we're doing, want to actually work with us, and then we can integrate the ads into the live stream so that they're less obtrusive. You know, so that instead of just like stopping your viewing experience, it blends in with your experience mainly. You know, kind of, I don't know, like we could do so much more, but you know, if I cut YouTube out, you know, we lose quite a bit of funding. So, not that I want to cut YouTube out, but I think you guys know what I'm getting at. Like, it's really hard to use it as one of your primary income sources when it feels like you're pulling teeth against these guys to use their features. It makes it really hard on us. Hard on a lot of people. When it works, it's great. Well, the thing is, I don't want to team up with anybody because, well, I just drove by the Quick Trip in Platteville. That was fucking stupid. Wow. What an idiot. Holy shit. Wow, okay. Well, let's just blame the fog. I don't want to team up with other YouTube channels because, guys, I've done that in the past, and it just, you know, we allow Evan to use our content, and that's fine. But I don't, we are an atmospheric research mission, and I feel like people don't take that seriously. We've cycled through people, even in our operation, where people don't want to take it seriously, and they don't understand the overall, like, vision of this. They think it's just driving around with a camera, and that's not what it is. We have to do it ourselves. Like, it really goes back on, if you want it done right, do it yourself. Why do you think I made an app? You know what I mean? I mean, it's good. You know, I let Evan use her stuff. There's nothing wrong with Evan. It's just, I gotta do this on our own. You know, if you want it done right, you gotta do it on your own. We'll just have to get gas in Dubuque, I guess. Because basically what I feel like, I'm going to be honest with you, I think Max and Ryan have absolutely destroyed weather on YouTube because all they have done is just, they're hype artists. Hype artists. The algorithms are so effed. They are so effed. Just kind of like, it makes me kind of not want to be part of YouTube anymore. Honestly, it kind of takes the charm out of it. It's like, I don't want to be roped in with these fucking goobers. It's like, I just like, it's almost like, you know, you're on YouTube, like, you get grouped into that group. It's like, I don't even want to be part of that group. Like, it makes me just want to be more and more isolated. So, like, we should focus on building something that's better. Like, we can do it. In fact, I think we're starting. It's just, we're backwards. Carts before the horse. You know, the platform's there, but the funding ain't. If that makes sense. I don't know if that makes sense or not, but it's like we have the platform. Our app is very powerful, very capable of being like a social media network almost for weather and storm chasing. But the funding, it's not there. It's the opposite of YouTube. Oh yeah, dude, there's like 20 people on Facebook. Actually, there's probably like 200 people on Facebook that are claiming that I am responsible for weather manipulation. They're lunatics. They legitimately belong in a mental facility. They should be in a psychiatric ward at a hospital. And I sincerely hope these guys get the help that they need. Because if people think that a guy on Facebook is controlling the weather, then they are seriously unfit to function as an adult. They need a caretaker with power of attorney and a hospital. So yeah, I know. I don't know which one you're talking about, but there's several of them that are going after me on Facebook right now, saying that I control the weather for profit. I don't know why me, of all people, but now it's me. Like, these people are legitimately lunatics. And then I got this one lady who sent me this message, and she's like, "I'm never sending you another dime. You don't know the truth," and blah 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 blah. And I'm just like, what are you talking about? And she's like, "You're covering up the government manipulation." And I'm just like, oh, okay, crazy lady. If you did send us a super chat or something, I appreciate it. No refunds, but you definitely don't need to send us another one. Like, please don't. Please never watch this stream ever again. Go away. Don't come back. I gotta start posting some of these messages because I get some interesting ones. There's some real goobers out there, I tell you what. It looks like our line of storms might be intensifying just a smidge. A little bit, not a lot, a little bit. I guess there were some really, really nice storms out in western Nebraska yesterday. So I guess maybe we should have picked Nebraska over Illinois. Whoops. Yeah, we should start doing a live stream where we just scroll these messages and comments across the page, and we can all rate them. Maybe that's what I need to do, is build a web page where we, like, every week we just put the most ridiculous comments and messages up there, and then everybody can log in and make an account, and then you can, like, kind of like Reddit, where you can upvote or like or whatever, and like whatever had, like, we could start ranking like the most ridiculous comments or some shit, and then at the end of the week we could go through them. Some community engagement. There actually was a couple of tornadoes. Good point. And I'll take the bait, and I know why you spoon fed me that, and I'm gonna take it and run with it, and I actually appreciate that, fellow shit starter. I can respect that. There were a couple of tornado warnings this morning, and I'm glad that you got the tornado warning through our app. That makes me very happy. But those ones out now, hold on, bad signal. Terrible signal. There were a couple of tornado warnings out there in Iowa this morning by Des Moines. This person asked if I had an opinion on those, or if I wanted to share my maximum disappointment with the National Weather Service on their poor taste in velocity scans. And I see what you did there. I literally, I see what you did there, and I think you're the same guy that made that comment on Twitter, and I can totally appreciate that. That was smart. But no, we don't shame the Weather Service on this channel. We do criticize the Weather Service and the SPC at times. There absolutely are times where we criticize and we talk about, you know, why the hell is it this way, and we try to figure it out together. And if we can't figure it out, we talk about how we can do it, you know, how they should be doing it better next time. That's constructive. We don't just tell people that the Weather Service sucks. Wrong channel. We are going through the worst dead zone in southwest Wisconsin right now. Stick with me. Be right out of it. We'll be out of this dead zone in a second. It's getting kind of rough there. Yes, tornadoes are typically dangerous. I would agree with that. You want my opinion on the TV show? Oh my goodness, Thomas. We got another spoon-fed comment here, and I can appreciate that as well from a fellow. Well, you're not a shit starter. I don't know what to classify you as. You're just a normal conversation starter. You're not like mean. We like you. I gotta wait till I get out of this dead zone. Because we're just in and out, in and out, in and out, and these hills block the satellite. Yeah, so you shouldn't... God damn this dead zone. I am gonna have a freaking anxiety nightmare meltdown out here on the side of the road if we can't get some freaking signal out here. This is ridiculous. This is such a bad spot. And it's a known bad spot. Like, it's so frustrating. Like, I'm having a hard time even streaming here. This makes me so angry. It's so annoying. This is a horrible dead spot. There's like 3 miles where cell phones just don't work. And satellite, for some reason, just ain't doing much for us right now. Yeah, my opinion on that Discovery show is it's a bag of ass. And not good ass either. I mean, I won't tell the story again because I don't feel well. I can't keep talking. Like, I really don't feel well today. But basically, you know, I won't go into too many details because I'm very tired and I just like the repeating of myself. I don't feel good. But that show is a disgusting representation of storm chasers. They only want to show the screaming demon YouTube kids that don't give a rat's ass about anything other than feeling important. Those kids, all they want to do is look important. Struggling with signal. All they want to do is look important and tell you how important they are, tell you how big their dicks are, which I'm sure they probably aren't. None of them have any girlfriends. But that's the mentality. They want to show. It's a pissing match. It's what we used to call in high school a dick measuring competition. I don't know if that's a universal thing or not, but that's what we would call it. And they just want to. It's disgusting. That's not what storm chasing is about. Storm chasing is about experiencing the atmosphere. Some people.
Lane.
Some people take it a step further, like we do, and turn it into research and a scientific operation. Some people turn it into photography. Some people just don't care and they just want to go experience stuff. They don't care about anything. That's perfect. No matter how you do it, it doesn't matter. But storm chasing is supposed to be a sacred experience for the people doing it that should not be tainted by people that have manic egos and think it's a popularity contest, because it's not. It's supposed to be about the storms and the weather. Typically these people that have to post a selfie for everything and a fucking video of themselves for everything are so full of themselves that they can't turn the damn camera around and show you the freaking weather. And you know, I've spoke out about it a couple of times, and I know a lot of other people have, but the way that the Discovery Channel and Arrow Media portray storm chasing in that show is reckless, dangerous, and well, if I ever meet one of the producers of that show, there might be a fist fight in the back alley. I don't know. But anyway, the producer of that show, her name's Sophie, or one of them anyway. Real quick, I'll touch on this. Handed me a script for the Enderlin tornado. What a disgusting, disgusting thing. And I haven't seen that episode. I don't want to even hear about it. I can only imagine the lies that are being told in it. She handed me a script. I'll tell you guys what happened while protecting privacy, because I actually speak to the family, and the family has told me that they have no problem with this because they're pretty pissed about the show. Let me repeat that for you. The family of the deceased think the show is disgusting. Let me repeat that again. The family of the people who were killed in the tornado think it's disgusting what the fucking Discovery Channel and the fucking dumbass storm chasers had to say in it. So I'm sorry for being a little angry, folks, but if that tells you anything, the family of the dead people think it's disgusting. That's the word that was used. Quote, disgusting. So fuck you, Discovery, and fuck all the goddamn idiot storm chasers that got on whatever on that fucking episode that made these fucking family of the deceased say that it's disgusting. What the fuck? Like, God, that makes me so mad, right? So anyway, we pull up on a house in Enderlin. There's another storm chaser there, just panicking, making no fucking sense of anything. And there's a guy walking around, and I'm like, what's going on? Like, what? You know, Aiden showed up. I don't remember if he was right behind me or if he was a few minutes behind or what, but he was there at some point. I don't remember if he was 5 minutes late or what, but there's this guy wandering around, whatever, and trying to figure something out with this other storm chaser. This other chaser's just panicking. I'm like, what the fuck, dude? So I asked this guy, I'm like, what is wrong, dude? Like, it's okay, we're here now. Like, what's wrong? Like, I assume this guy lives there. And he's like, it's my aunt. I think it was his aunt. He's like, it's my aunt and uncle. I don't know where they're at. I'm like, well, are they supposed to be home? You know, it was, what was it, like 9 o'clock at night? I'm like, well, maybe they're not even home. You know, maybe I'm like, well, do you know if they're home? This poor guy is like having a mental breakdown because he doesn't know where his family's at. Like, he's hysterical. I'm like, okay, well, do you think they're here? And he says they have to be. And I said, is there any chance they would be anywhere else right now? Because keep in mind, folks, their home is gone. Their home was deleted. It was gone. You wouldn't have even known there was a home there. I thought it was a barn. There was nothing there but a basement. And the guy's just like, yeah, they have to be here. And I'm like, well, what do they drive? And he says, those two cars over there. I said, okay, so you are confident that they're here? I said, yes. And I'm thinking, okay, well, we're about 10 minutes after this tornado hit this house, so perhaps they've already gotten picked up, they've gotten help, whatever. And that's when the guy's like, no, nobody's been here. And I'm just like, well, this is not. Now this is an actual problem, and I can't get a hold of 911. Not that 911's going to be any assistance in that situation. They're busy. They're going to get to you when they get to you. But like, I can't call out, so we have our staff call for us from remote locations, get a hold of. They send fire department, all that stuff, and you know, a couple of other people had showed up too, and a lot of people start looking or whatever, and unfortunately we located aunt and uncle who were, uncle was closer to the house and he was an obvious death, and unfortunately the poor woman was an even more obvious death. And let's just put it this way: you get a strong tornado that hits your house, and it's a very ugly scene. And these unfortunate victims of this tornado got thrown into a field. One of them, unfortunately, was not quite recognizable as a person anymore, and we didn't realize that and walked by that incident several times without realizing that we had located a person. So there was a very morbid scene there, and that's not how anybody should die. I was told by the family these two people were very nice, very caring people, and that's very unfortunate that it's tragic that this happened. It's believed that they probably were asleep and just got blown away. And law enforcement showed up. It was the chief deputy or undersheriff or whatever, and he was like, if you're EMS, can you just stay here because we don't need it, because they wanted to leave the scene. He's like, but we can't just leave the deceased laying in a field. I'm like, yeah, I got this. So I sat out there for like until about 4 o'clock in the morning, right? So like trying to keep it somewhat secure. And then they had asked if they could use my car because all my lights, because they wanted to bring their little incident command center or whatever to this location. And the cops were like, can we use your lights? I'm like, yeah, man, I'm here, use my car, it's fine, so they're using, our equipment to light the scene, and they were very appreciative, super good people. But the law enforcement response had a really difficult time with this scene as well. I mean, there was 2 deputies that came out there, and I showed them the location of the deceased, and apparently one of them knew him, and he had to walk away, he had to leave. I mean, it was pretty rough. And it really upsets me that a TV show came in and handed me a script for something that clearly was difficult for me to deal with, even though I used to deal with it on a daily basis. But they hand me a script that basically idolizes me as some sort of hero, as if I did something, and basically says that I tried to one of the lines was, I did everything I could to save them. No, I didn't. They were dead. I'm sorry, and it's unfortunate, but one of the individuals was missing body parts, okay? They were missing limbs. There was half of a body in one place and half of a body in another. And you're telling me that you want me to come in and say that I did everything I could to save them. That would be considered abuse. And I think it's disgusting that a TV show basically is trying to... That scene should have nothing... It has no place in a TV show in that capacity. And I find it disgusting and horribly disrespectful to the deceased's family, and the community of what they tried to pull. And that's why I told them I wanted nothing to do with their fucking pussy-ass TV show. And that's actually what I told the lady. And I'm sorry for the swearing, but I mean, you guys want to know about it, I'll tell you. And I think it's disgusting. I don't understand why we have to portray storm chasing in this manner. I don't understand why storm chasing is becoming this Wild West clusterfuck. But if it does not change soon, those of us that actually give a shit about it are not... You will not find us participating in anything, period. And what I mean about that is the social media will be going away. We will put our heads down, and we will find a way to monetize another avenue, whether that's our app or something, or a different platform, or we build our own social media or something. But you will find it. We have had discussions. There is a group of about 15 of us that are in a group chat, and some of these, and I'm not, we've sworn that we're not going to name names, but some folks that you guys probably really respect. But we are in this group chat, and we're basically trying to come up with a backup plan or an emergency exit strategy of what we do if this turns into an absolute disaster. What are we going to do if these fucking kids destroy everything, and we just don't, because we're bullheaded assholes, don't want to be associated with it. And I kind of stepped up to the plate and I was like, well, you know, the reason that people need YouTube is because they watch on their TV. I'm like, what if I build us a Roku channel and like a Google channel and an Apple TV channel? I'm like, we would have to monetize ourselves. But if it gets to the point where you've got 15 of us pulling our content and deleting our social medias, I'm like, we can survive, but we got to be careful. And we are literally, not that we plan to do it, but we want an emergency exit strategy, because there's a lot of us that we don't want to be associated with this crap. Don't want anything to do with these dumb fucks. You know, and I heard, you know, I told you the other day, I stream sniped Corey a little bit because I got back to the office and had nothing better to do. And Gherkin's about the only other chaser I can fucking tolerate these days. And I was watching his stream and he was complaining about the same damn thing that I am. So it ain't just me. So, I mean, it was almost like listening to myself talk there. I think we might want to go down to Makoka, though. But no, what I was getting at is it's just I don't want nothing to do with this crap no more. You know? It's gotten very ugly out here. So that's my opinion, a little bit drawn out on the TV show. But that TV show is a horrible, 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 inaccurate representation of storm chasing. I hope it gets canceled. I really do. It's sad that it's come to this. The video is real, but the stories are fake. Yeah, mostly. I don't think everything is fake. But I do know that there's a lot that has been attempted to be fake. I do know that. But the thing is Discovery is a shit platform anyway. You know, the original Storm Chasers shows, those were all scripted, and the people on them even tell you they're scripted. I mean, yeah, the video and the situations are real, but it's all fake. Like, it's not, the Discovery Channel masquerades as like a science-oriented channel. It's definitely not. I actually think, you know, if you want like science reality orientated content, you almost got to go to YouTube, because there's independent creators on YouTube that are producing way better content than what you're seeing on TV. And they're just people. It's like one guy and a video camera. But no, I've actually, so I don't know if you guys have noticed, folks, and this is something maybe we should talk about, but I have really changed lately. I don't care anymore. For the past 4 to 5 years, I have constantly had people email my sponsors. I have had people, you know, the few that we work with or whatever, and I've constantly had people try to cancel me on Twitter and all this. And a couple months back, I kind of got thinking, it's like, okay, so what?
2-year-old male, the leg infection.
I thought, you know, so what? So what if our partners drop me? What happens? We run out of money. Okay, well, we'll make some more money somewhere else. Okay, all right. Well, what's the worst that happens if these people want to cancel me on Twitter? Well, really nothing. Like, Twitter doesn't matter. Like, you know what? I don't care anymore. So I don't. And you might have noticed that, like, I don't really care if the truth hurts or offends anybody more. I just don't care. And you know what? I have felt so much better. The anxiety is gone. I just don't care. If somebody wants to call me up and say, yeah, you're losing all your funding, we don't want to work with you anymore because so-and-so sent us an email and said that, you know, you suck. It's like, okay, cool. Fuck you, basically. I'm done. You know, I don't care. I'm at the point where it's like, you know what? I just don't care. And I feel so much better. The channel's doing better. We have more people watching because we're able to actually talk about things. We have better conversation. The super chats have actually gone up. Not that everything's about money, but we've gotten more super chats over the past 15 to 20 live streams than we did all spring. And the feedback that I'm getting is that people are like, you know, we appreciate this. Like, we want to know. Like, we want we're here for an opinion. We're here for this. It's like, all right, well, you know, it's so like my life has been 1,000 times better lately because I just quit giving a shit about, oh no, if I say that, somebody's going to cancel me and write an email. I don't care. I don't care. I just don't care anymore. And I encourage everybody else to be that way too. I'm turning in, you guys know that Dan Pena, or the guy that, he does these like motivational speaker things, and he's an old guy, and he always wears a suit, but all he does is scream at people and calls them little bitches and stuff. Like, I actually can't stand that guy, but somebody's like, you're turning into that guy.
24 Grand County.
And I'm just like, yeah, you're right, I kind of am, aren't I?
No transport.
Like, I really kind of am turning into that guy.
284 Tower.
Oh God, watch out. But seriously, it's like, we're going to have a dead zone here under this canopy, but seriously, it's like, if you can't just be a person, then go bury your head in the dirt, you know? I got a story about this Casey's. What? I don't watch regular TV shows anymore. Oh, dude, I haven't watched regular TV. We don't even have cable. The last time I had cable or satellite was like high school. The streaming services are too expensive now, so I know a lot of people are going back to cable. But still. Okay, let's spend $100 in gas. Yay. This is stupid. Contains ethanol. Yeah, for that price or better. It's just $4 everywhere now. Pay inside? Are you serious right now? Oh no, it's gonna give me gas. Okay, so they're advertising for bacon cheeseburger pizza, and there's pickles on that. It actually looks really good, but I guarantee you it's nowhere near as good as it looks. There's no way that's anywhere near as good as that looks. Right? I mean, that looks good, honestly. But there's no way, I guarantee you the pickle, Jesus Christ. I'm done. I'm fucking done. No, I was gonna say the pickles looked right. Holy fuck. I was gonna say the pickles looked wrinkly and I called them pickles. Jesus Christ, I don't know why I think that's so funny. Holy shit. No, I was gonna say the pickles looked wrinkly, so I said pinkles, and I... Holy Christ. That's not nearly as funny as I thought it was, but holy crap. Anyway, no, the freaking pickles, I guarantee you those pickles are all wrinkly when they come out. Like, there's no way they actually look good like that. Because I got a Casey's pizza once in McCook, Nebraska, and I had them put pickles on it, because I'm like, that sounds good. Put some pickles on it. They were all wrinkly. They were terrible. Thanks.
sorry to ask for that. Good. Look. Yes.
They have the dumplings here. Stop.
So,
What are they, like $20?
good day.
Morning.
Sorry.
Oh no, they know what they're doing. Rewards.
Ah,
They
no.
know all these school kids.
Oh, Mr. Beast made it. It's a better version of it.
Have a good day.
All right, everyone, thanks.
It's not a better version.
Okay. I gotta get the Google Maps going just in case. Let's just go to freaking animals. Guys, this is crap. Like, this is, I'm not gonna lie to you, this is a very pathetic looking line of storms. But we can go try, right? You know, maybe we'll see something cool. But, or probably not. But, you know, we're here and it's the third, I'm kind of just doing this out of principle. Like, hey, it's the third day. 3 days in a row. I don't see any severe warnings on it. They didn't really have a good selection in there this morning. I'm not really putting that Casey's very high on my list here. They had the Mountain Dew's flat, so. Oh boy, we might need to quality control checker at that one. Not passing the tests here. I don't want to pull out in front of you, bud. Come on. Come on. Oh, Jesus. Seriously?
Illinois Route 173. Taking out.
You wait that long just to put your blinker on. Ah, screw it. Let's just drop south and then get in front of it. At least there's 500 of us right now enjoying the rain shower. I might be dying, guys. This might be my last day. I'm sick. So I might not wake up tomorrow at this rate. I'm going downhill. About to die if I drive off the side of the road. Jesus Christ. I wonder if they'll put a warning on some of that stuff down by Ottawa or Ottumwa. It's starting to pick up in intensity there. See, maybe this will start to like gain some steam here as it goes east. I don't know. I really don't know. I don't really have like high expectations for this one. I was going to go south on 61. So I have a project today. I have to go purchase a bunch of wasp killer. So we have a bug guy, but he came the other day, and we don't have him go out on the roof and do anything with the wasps unless there's wasps. Like last year, all of a sudden we had a big ass wasp nest where they tried to get under the shingles. And he went out on the roof and, I don't know, he put some powder or whatever and then sprayed the shit out of them and killed them. I mean, they were done. And they didn't really come back either. I mean, he did a good job, so. But when he came, I don't think there was any wasp nests because like they literally popped up yesterday. They weren't there like the day before. And every August, I think it's because the house like is in direct, like the side of the house that faces the sun gets warm, and I think they like that. So they just, I don't know, like they decide they need to go around all the windows and make nests on the windows and shit. I hate it. So I'm allergic, but I don't care. I'm gonna kill them. There's gonna be a mass murder of wasps tonight. I'm gonna go buy a large case. I'm gonna probably spend $150 on this too. By the time I'm done, I'm gonna probably end up with like $100 to $200 worth of wasp spray. And maybe that's what we need to do. We could open up like a sponsorship tier for the channel. Like you can sponsor a can of wasp spray. Cause that stuff's expensive now. Holy smokes! It's like $6 a can for the good shit. And I know somebody's gonna tell me to use brake cleaner, and I'll tell you why I'm not gonna use that in a minute. But there's like 12 freaking wasp nests, and they're huge. And I was like, oh, hell no, that ain't gonna happen. So I gotta go up there tonight when they all go to bed. Because they don't really fly around at night. So I'm gonna go up there and absolutely annihilate them and raise hell and unleash an absolute biblical amount of wasp poison all over them and stomp on the dying carcasses that will lie on the roof shingles beneath me and laugh and enjoy it the whole time, because I hate them things. They are aggressive, they are mean, they are not like pollinating bees that don't bother anybody. They are just aggressive, nasty pieces of crap. Like, what does a wasp do? What benefit does a wasp do? So my plan, so what I typically do is I use the foaming stuff, because I can't get right up on them or I'll die or something, right? So I got to go from a distance, and that foaming stuff, you know, if you miss, it like expands. But I'm going to double fist it. So I'm going to go up there with like 2 cans, like one in each hand, and we're just going to just go nuts with 2 streams. That way there's a backup. I can't use brake cleaner because it doesn't foam. The problem is if you miss, because I've done this, if you miss with brake cleaner and they start like dropping out the bottom and it doesn't get all of them, like the first ones that drop out the bottom of the nest, they die, but the rest of them survive, and then they try to kill you. Like, brake cleaner is best for like small nests or like spot, like annihilating them when they're like outside, clinging to the outside of the nest. But like at night, you really do need that foaming shit at night. But I will be taking a can of brake cleaner up with me without the little plastic straw poked in the nozzle, because that way it's just like a mist, and you can create a cloud of death in front of you. So like if something goes wrong and they all start flying out at me, then you just start creating a cloud of brake cleaner around yourself. I'm dead serious. I watched a guy do it. It worked great. He just, like, they came out, it was a YouTube video. This was this guy's like, well, if this don't work, I'm just gonna spray brake cleaner all over. And he did. He just started like spraying brake cleaner, closed his eyes and started spraying it all over his head and stuff. And as they were trying to like attack him, they were just dropping. So that's my backup plan. Because I have to get up on a ladder and then get up on the damn roof, and that's a problem, because if they try to kill me, I can't get down the ladder very fast. So you guys are gonna have to wish me luck. But they're done. They're done. Their days are done. Like, I hope they enjoy their last day, because they messed with the wrong guy. Because I hate wasps. They're done. They're done. They're 100% done. What are you talking about? I don't have bad mornings. You love insect. Well, that's fine, dude. If you want to go ahead and come and remove these sons of bitches with the tweezers from the nest and like put them in a bag and something, you go for it, dude. But you guys got to remember, I will die if I get stung by something. I got stung by like a freaking yellow jacket once, and I nearly died. Like, I have extreme anaphylactic reactions to bees. Like, I will seriously need a hospital in a faster amount of time than I will be able to get one. And now some of you guys are probably like, well, if that's the case, why are you the one doing this? Well, because I am, and I'm gonna, if you want it done right, do it yourself, and I'm not calling the bug guy back. I mean, he does a good job. It's not his fault, but I'm not, like, it's stupid to make him come back out for this. I have never seen, actually, I take that back. I did see a scorpion once. It was in Utah at a rest stop, and it was really cool. It was a freaking big ass one too. Like, I was just walking around at this rest stop, and I was like, son of a gun, what the hell is that? And I'm like, that's a goddamn scorpion. Well, at first I was like, that thing looks like a freaking lobster or something. What the hell is that? And I'm like, oh my god, it's a damn scorpion. That's so cool. So those things were kind of, I mean, I don't think I'd want to step on one, but I thought it was kind of cool. I didn't have my phone on me. It was in the truck, and by the time I went back, got my phone out of the truck and went back, it left. It pieced out. Hey, they did just warn that stuff down by Ottumwa. Oh yeah, I don't really have a problem with bees. Like, those aggressive, like, the Africanized bees are invasive and they need to be killed. It's true. But like regular like honeybees and like the bumblebees and shit, like they whatever. I mean, they can do their own thing. But wasps, no. I'm gonna hard pass on that. It's either kill or be killed, guys. With these things, I mean, they're gonna try to kill me. Well, I'm gonna get to them first. And for the YouTube algorithm and the reviewer, who is probably gonna flag this video, we're talking about wasps, not people. Calm down. Yeah, I tried to communicate with the wasps too. One of them flew over my head yesterday, and I called it a couple of names I can't repeat on here. And then it flew back around me, and then it flew back up to its nest. So it did communicate with me. It showed me where the nest was. And so, I mean, I did communicate with it successfully, so I don't know if that counts. I did see the bee suit. The bee suits are only $40 on Amazon, but I didn't buy one. Because that's like 5 cans of wasp spray. I could just, you know, have literally anybody in the world, because that's the thing. Like, I could actually probably put a post on Facebook and be like, hello, followers. I need somebody who's not terrified of bees to come annihilate my wasps. And I guarantee you somebody, probably some old guy, would be like, oh yeah, I'm retired, I'll come do that for you. You know, somebody, but no, I'm gonna do it myself, damn it. He did return to home base, just to warn everybody. Do you guys want to hear about the time I set fire to the wasps with gasoline? I see the comment about the fire. We had them at work real bad, and I didn't know what to do. And I was like, uh-oh, this ain't good. So me and another guy, we took a pump sprayer. And I know you guys are probably like, these people are idiots. And you know what? Okay. Yep, this was pretty stupid, but I'm going to tell you anyway. This was about 12 years ago. So, no judgment, right? We were like, God dang, what are we going to do? And he's like, how about some gasoline? I'm like, that's a good idea. So we went and we got premium, no ethanol. More potent. So we went and got 91 octane, no ethanol gasoline. Filled it from the dispenser, from the hose, right into a 2-gallon pump sprayer. You know, like those weed sprayers that you put Roundup in? Took it right to the gas station, filled it right on up, took it back to work, and we sprayed them with gasoline. No ethanol. And we sprayed them with about 1.5 gallons of gasoline. They were relentless. They put up a fight. They kept trying to crawl out, but every time they'd take a step out, they just dropped. And then, well, when it was all done, we had a nice patch of dead grass below it from all the gasoline that we basically just dumped on the ground. And then, in addition to that, we had a bunch of gasoline all over the side of our building. I'm like, well, that's not good. So we had to go hose that off. And the remainder of the, because this was like one of those actual wasp nests, not those like little wasp nests that they form under your like eave troughs where there's like one of them. This was like one of those actual ones that like looks like a beehive. Well, we knocked it down and then we lit it on fire, like just as revenge, and we burnt it. And it was so soaked. It was so soaked in gasoline that you would have thought a bomb went off when we lit the thing. I threw a match on it, and the thing like went up in a fireball. Like it had a little mushroom cloud and everything. Like this thing was the size of like 2 basketballs. And we just rolled it over into the middle of the parking lot in town. I just threw a match on it, and the thing just went poof, and like a little fireball. Like, you would have thought somebody dropped a bomb in the parking lot. It was nuts. That thing burnt fast, too. That thing was burnt up in about 30 seconds. That thing was soaked with gasoline. Like, it was it was dripping gasoline all over when we were walking it over to the parking lot on the end of a shovel. It was pretty volatile situation there.
1752. We're available. Copy.
So yeah, maybe insect removal is not my strong suit. Oh yeah, I love burning shit, blowing stuff up. Everybody does. I see the comment about shooting it. Well, shooting it is just going to piss them off. Don't do that. You're just going to put a hole in the nest and have a problem. I suppose, I don't know if you guys knew this or not, if you go to Walmart and buy a standard flare gun, like flares, like for boats, you can get for like $30 4 flares and a flare gun. Well, those flares will fit in a 12-gauge shotgun. The actual flare, you could put it in a 12-gauge shotgun and shoot the flare out of the shotgun for high accuracy. Remember that. But you can't put a shotgun shell in a flare gun. That would be bad, right? So I suppose what one could do is soak a large wasp nest in gasoline and then shoot it with a flare out of a 12-gauge shotgun and then explode into a fireball. Where is Storm, bro? Sever warnings everywhere. So, according to Radar Omega, there's two severe thunderstorm warnings. Oh, they updated the warning interface. That's kind of cool. Just noticed that. And we're headed to the storm, bro. The Sever storm, bro. Come on, bros, let's go. We're actually making decent time. The fog really slowed me down earlier. Really slowed me down. This could be a W chase, bro. Okay. Yeah, maybe. It does look like the line is starting to intensify, which is kind of the opposite of what I thought it was supposed to do, so I don't know. I guess I'm just kind of here. We're just going with it today. I'm just here to be here, I guess. Yeah, the weather's broken. These are the, in fact, I think this is the complex of storms that formed last night back by North Platte, Nebraska, and then kind of made its way across, if I'm not mistaken. By the way, guys, update your apps. I pushed an update last night. You guys should be able to get it. So I noticed a lot of people are still on the old version. You guys got to go update that stuff because it's not doing, the background location is partially broken in that in those old versions. You guys got to go update it. You know, you might not get your severe weather alerts, your push notifications. You might not get them as fast. So you gotta go update that. But also, I pushed a bunch of new alert tones to the app as well for like warnings and stuff, so you can change the alert tones. There's more of them now, and I also, it is not activated yet, but I will activate it tonight. I have pushed a collection of Marcus the Worm audio clips that you can set as your notification sounds, because somebody asked for Marcus the Worm notification sounds when there's a tornado warning. And I think it was a joke, but I took it way seriously. So now when you get a tornado warning, you can have Marcus the Worm if you want. So, I mean, why not? But I'm really, really happy with what we got. So there's a couple of things you can do also. So, and again, this is not really an advertisement. This is us. Remember, this is our system. So I want to just tell you guys a little bit about it. If you guys do want to get very cheap and very easy and fast phone calls, text messages, and emails to your device when there's a tornado warning, severe thunderstorm warning, whatever, we offer that. One of the things that I probably should be telling you guys more, but I kind of forget, if you work in an area that doesn't have good data, you can usually get a text message when you don't have data connection. Text message is easier to get through, right? Well, you can get a text message. If you go to wxeye.org, projectweathereye.com, same site, and you scroll down, the WeatherEye Notify service, you can also directly go to it. It's notify.wxeye.org. It's for $9 a year. You can do that. And if you want to add more phone numbers, more locations, you know, you can spend more money, but it's only $9 a year, not a month, a year. And you should get that alert within about 10 seconds. Obviously, that's going to depend on your data. You know, if you're in a dead zone, you know what I mean? But as long as your phone has a connection, you'll get that. Now, our app, the WeatherEye Live app, will still push you all the notifications and stuff instantly. We are beating the weather radio on our system. I actually was testing this yesterday, and we were getting basically every alert 20 seconds to 30 seconds before the weather radio. And I'm not trying to compete with the weather radio. We're just trying to get these to go out as fast as possible. The Notify service, you should get it within about 10 seconds of it being issued. Maybe 15 seconds at most, but 10 seconds or less is basically what our testing shows. That's faster than Weather Call, which is what Max, Ryan, and a lot of these other chasers use. And I'm not trying to be rude. I'm just saying it's faster than Weather Call, weather call is slow and clunky, and it's the Notify service, notify.wxeye.org, and you know that money basically helps support what we do and host it, of course. One thing I should mention too, with the app, and most people are doing 74% of our users do this, but in the app, if you didn't do this when you set it up, go into the More tab, the bottom right, go into the settings, go to notifications, turn on some of those notifications. You can go through. There's a bunch of new ones you might not have seen. We've got like winter weather advisory. We used to just do like tornado warnings and watches. Well, now we push everything. So go in there and turn on the stuff you want, turn off the stuff you don't. We'll send you a push notification automatically if there's hail coming, if there's rain coming, if there's a thunderstorm nearby. Somebody requested this. I wasn't even thinking about this, but someone was like, hey, I currently use MyRadar. I hate MyRadar because it's full of ads and the app sucks, but it sends me a notification when there's hail approaching. And I was like, hold on, you should not be forced to use an inferior app. I got this. So in 3 days time, we built it, and then we tested it for another 2 weeks, and it works great. So you can actually go in there and filter it. So if you want to get a notification for every little bit of hail coming, pea-sized all the way up to softball size, you can do that, or you can filter it to severe criteria or greater. And it has nothing to do with the warnings. It's an algorithm. It looks at radar, NEXRAD, and then MRMS, and it also looks at storm cell IDs from the NEXRAD thing. It looks at a lot and determines an area that should be notified of the approaching risk, whether that's hail, heavy rain, because we can notify you when rain's coming too. So you can get all sorts of cool shit. So you go in there, but you have to turn on the GPS. Now it's a permissions thing. Like, we respect your privacy, so it's not on by default. If you want this thing to track, we don't store your location. But if you want your phone's GPS to talk to the server when you're not using your phone or using the app, so that it can tell you, hey, you're in a tornado warning, there is a tornado coming straight for you. It doesn't automatically know where your phone is unless you enable the GPS option, which is right there at the top of the notifications thing. So if you guys go in there, you'll see it. So I'd really recommend on doing that. I mean, 74% of our user base, and there's almost 6,000 people already using the app. I really strongly recommend you do that. A couple stats about our app. It's cool stuff that I found, that I learned. Of our users, we've got almost like 6,000 people. But like yesterday, there was 3,900 people that opened and used the app yesterday. 3,900 people that opened and used the app yesterday. Like, that's pretty damn cool. Like, because this is just, I built this thing to, you know, basically push you guys updates. So the main reason this app exists, folks, is I need an interface where we can put our data from the radiosondes attached to weather and the radar and everything. I have to have that to, you know, to visualize it, research, and then for you guys. So, tornado warning, stand by. 1 second here. So that's why this exists, and you can actually get notifications when we launch weather balloons and stuff too. They have issued a tornado warning down there for Washington, Iowa, and it's radar indicated. It's probably just a QLCS thing. I wouldn't be too worried about it, but I would still be paying very close attention to that. You guys think we should just go down to Galesburg? I don't think the north part of this line is going to do anything. We got to go south. Yeah, there actually currently is an issue with the app that I need to fix, so I'll be straightforward with you guys. Certain phones, not all phones, but it's very specific, and I think I know what it is, and I think I'm ready to push the update. But there is an issue where sometimes it'll randomly, if you're using the radar, it'll crash and just reload, and then it won't do it again. I think I know what it is. And it's going to be a pretty quick fix. I'll probably be doing that tonight. So if anybody is having an issue with that, it's probably going to be fixed. I think I know what it is. But it's not like a hard crash. It just wants to reload your page. But yeah, Android phone. Android is problematic, guys.
Another engine 4, copy turn around. Caller is in a white Ford F-150.
Android is problematic because there's so many different phones, and we are noticing that, like, mostly that error occurs on Android, and it seems to be phone specific. It's like a display size thing. There's just no standard phone display resolution, and then the notification areas are so much different on these phones. But I think we have it worked out. Android is hard to develop for. It really is. You would think it would be easy, but it's not, because everything is different. Oh, I'll be honest with you, dude, if you got a 5-year-old phone, I'm surprised it runs the app at all. It's a very heavy app. Our app is very resource intensive. I'm honestly surprised. Like my iPhone 14 runs it, but it doesn't like to. So, I mean, if you're able to even run it on something that's 5 years old, I mean, I'm actually kind of impressed at that. But we are working to make it better. So I'm going to be completely flat out and honest with you guys. So obviously we're not a Radar Omega competitor, right? Like, we work with Radar Omega. That's why you'll notice if you look in the app, there's a lot of kind of hat tips to Radar Omega, where it's like, hey, if you want to see something like this, but in more detail, we recommend Radar Omega. If you click on a Cyclone port feed, which I actually didn't even ask permission for that. I totally just put it in the app and nobody yelled at me, which is cool. But seriously, but I put it. I'm like, hey, let's put them in. But if you click on a Cyclone port, it says, hey, if you want to see the weather data and interact with this, go to Radar Omega. When you open up our app for the first time, it tells you should also download Radar Omega, right? So I don't want to confuse anybody. Like, I'm not, but I am officially competing with the other radar apps that is not Radar Omega, because I am so sick and tired of it, of this, like, these people and their attitudes and how nasty they are and supporting these crappy people in the world. And I'm just like, you know what, screw you. I'm going to take your asses out. So I'm now competing with Weatherfront and WeatherWise. And I guess my announcement of that doesn't really mean anything, but I now have a native version of our apps. And, October 1st, gloves are off, guys, because somebody's ass is getting kicked. Their asses are grass, because I'm done. I'm just done. I'm done. One of those apps is run by a very awful person, and the other app wants to sponsor somebody who's trying to cancel the weather service. So I can't. I'm not trying to shut anybody down. It's like, you know what? I can do everything that you guys are doing. I can do it better. I can do it free, and I can get the audience involved in it. So I'm going to do it. I'm just, it's one of those things where it's like, you know what? You support terrible people. I'm done. I'm going to do it for free, and I'm going to do it better. And we actually have a beta version right now where it's native, and it's fantastic. But the problem with a native app, guys, with native apps, it's hard to push updates, so there's got to be way more testing. Like with our app right now being a PWA, I'll actually give you some, we're on the way to the storm still, guys, but I'll give you some information on the app and how it works. But our app being a PWA, we can update it over the air, basically. I can get on my computer right now and push you an update. Mostly. But the way our app works right now, the way that our app, Radar Omega, WeatherWise, My Radar, the way that a lot of these apps work, not RadarScope, RadarScope's different though. The way that these work is it's basically a Google Chrome shell. So there's a native component to it, which is like the shell, the container, the GPS alerts, the radar renderer, the notification thing, the vibration when, all that stuff. There's like a small shell container that runs that basically bridges our app, which is in the cloud, to your phone. Without the internet, our app doesn't work, obviously. But basically, when you use the app, or most of these apps, what you're seeing is actually just a fancy web page in this container. That's how a lot of apps work these days. And it works, it's actually the way of the future. But the issue that I have with the way that our app works is I need the radar renderer to exist on the phone, not necessarily on the web page that it's loading every time, if that makes sense. What takes the data for the radar that we get from the Weather Service and processes it, I need that to be done native on the phone, not necessarily loaded and then put into memory. That needs to be done on phone because I'm running into a lot of performance issues. So that's what I'm working on, because that opens it up to where we can do modeling and all sorts of other crap, right? So that's what we're getting at. And offline maps and all sorts of stuff. But I did push some other updates. You've now got, like, if you tap and hold on the map, you can view a sounding, you can view a forecast, and you'll also see what weather forecast office is for that location. So there's that. But the reason that we have to also go native is because our weather balloon viewer, which has nothing to do with radar or weather or anything, to do it to track a weather balloon in 3D, I have to make that hard-coded. It's got to be on the device. It can't be in HTML. It can't be, honestly, some of the stuff I probably need to move into React. But either way, I gotta move this into your device. You support, well, I'm glad you support Radar Omega. Yeah, we use Radar Omega for all of our serious operations. Like, I don't want to confuse anybody. I don't want anybody to think that, like, this is like a anti-Radar Omega thing. No, like, if you're serious about following along with us, like, you need both apps. You really do, because Radar Omega is an advanced toolkit that really follows a very specific, narrow line of features, where it basically, and it's also familiar. Like, that's why I can't really change from it. If somebody was like, hey, I want you to use RadarScope for a day, I probably couldn't, because I'm not used to it. But like, I'm using Radar Omega right now. Like, that's what we use for basically everything. Our app just basically exists to bridge the gap between us and the audience. And it's actually got some Radar Omega DNA in it, a little bit, if you will, too. Like, some of the stuff's been, inspired by that. But I am really enjoying developing this because it's been a lot of fun. Because I get feedback from you guys, and you're like, hey, do this. I'm like, okay, cool. Type, there you go, blast it out. It's actually been kind of a lot of fun. It's been a headache. Well, but the thing is here, the NWS, you realize all of the weather data that everybody uses comes from NOAA, which is the Weather Service. Our radar comes from NWS. I pipe it into a server, basically take out everything that you don't need, put it into a little bit of a different package JSON file, and then ship it to your device with a WebSocket. Warnings come from the Weather Service. Literally all this data, the METARs, the model, all this is coming from NWS. What concerns me is if the Weather Service ever went private and you had to pay for this. Because, for example, I have to give $6,500 to the European Meteorological Agency to use the stupid Meteosat, which it's so stupid. I wish we would just go put up a satellite somewhere around wherever Meteosat is and just get our own data. $6,500 a year just to get satellite imagery for Europe, because the European Meteorological Society, or whatever they are, restricts it. So for access in 2027, they're going to give me free access through the end of the year, because I explained to them what we're doing. They're going to give me free access through the end of the year because I kind of need it for our modeling, because we're building weather models too. I don't know if you guys, I haven't talked about that for a while. We're actually building weather models too. I need that. I have to have it. And January 1st, 2027, I have to give them $6,500. Like, for God's sakes, just for your stupid satellite? Himawari, which is the Japanese satellite, and GOES, which is our satellites, cover the other 75% of the Earth. And they're free. All I have to do is point a server at them and say, download this data. Now imagine if you had to pay $100 for every radar site you wanted to access. Or if you wanted to see satellite data, if you had to pay $6,500. Or, and here's what's scary, and I posted this last night, what if these big weather YouTubers that are trying to cancel and bash the Weather Service are just trying to alienate the public from the Weather Service into thinking that they're bad so people stop funding the Weather Service? And then the only way to get your weather data is through these YouTubers, because they have all this money that you guys super chat and send to them. So they're going to have all this money, and they're going to afford to be able to get exclusive agreements with these data providers. You know, they could even form their own companies to launch satellites and put up radar sites and then restrict everybody but themselves from using it. And now you have to get your data from people who do clickbait thumbnails and don't give an accurate forecast. It scares me, but what if that's what the agenda is? I know it's just a silly conspiracy theory, but the Weather Service has issues. The problem that I have with the current state of events, the Storm Prediction Center and the Weather Service, it seems that a lot of times are reluctant to do any sort of follow-up, and at least publicly, I'm sure they do it internally, but when there's a major SPC bust or a major NWS bust, there should be an investigation, not like a serious, like an informal investigation, where people sit down and are like, okay, this is what went wrong, this is what we could have done to make it better. And then those findings should be published. I think it should be done within 6 weeks of the event, or something like that. I criticize, and I'm a big believer in that. And I know that does get done to a point sometimes, but these incident debriefs, I think, would go a long way. I do have some serious problems with the Weather Service. I do think a lot of times they do issue warnings that are not necessary, because the meteorologist issuing the warning doesn't understand really the public impacts. Issuing a tornado warning as a cover your ass can stop public safety. Ambulances sometimes will stop responding. Some fire departments will refuse to go out the door. You could shut down life-saving public safety for up to 45 minutes if you issue a bullshit tornado warning. You know what I'm saying? So it's important to issue very, very, very delicate tornado warnings. And I'm not saying that this is like a major problem, but sometimes we do see this, where they do issue things and we're looking at the radar and it's like, excuse me, what? But when that happens, I think it's reasonable after the fact to go back and say, hey, all right, constructive criticism time. You know, there should be constructive criticism going on with stuff like this. But I don't think that the Weather Service as a whole and the SPC as a whole do a bad job. I think they actually do pretty good I think they do pretty good considering, you know, the staffing and all that. So I don't want anybody to mistake me and think I'm an NWS hater or anything. I just think that there's room for improvements, but the problem is a lot of us have good ideas for improvements, but so many of these folks are not communicating them. For example, like minimum velocity over there, the whole, I'm sorry, that really ground my gears. Just this whole, oh, you stupid weather service, you had 15 million people under bullshit warnings. They weren't bullshit. There was a tornado, and if you look at radar, they were kind of unimpressive. But if you actually read the synopsis, and if you actually basically look at the like mesoscale environment, I would actually argue that those were justified tornado warnings. I think it was a little bit questionable. Like, let's put it this way: if they would not have issued tornado warnings out there, I don't think anybody would have been upset. And I really do think that those tornado warnings in Maryland or whatever it was the other day, I'll be honest with you, I think they were a little bit on the questionable side. But I really don't think that they were unjustified. I think they were borderline, but I think they knew that when they issued them. I don't get the impression that they didn't know that. Like, they canceled, like, I think one of them they even canceled early, but they cited like a little sea breeze or something. I don't know. If you look at it, if you look at the radar and the QLCS and the environment over there, and then you read a little bit about kind of the micro scale climate over there, it's like, yeah, you know what, I see why you issued those. I think that there's probably some constructive critiquing that can happen with that event. But there's absolutely nothing constructive that's going to come out of when you have 2.5 million followers on YouTube who just send you thousands and thousands of dollars every day. It's not constructive to start bashing the Weather Service publicly out there, especially when that's where all your data comes from. I think the better thing to do, if I had 2.5 million subscribers that were sending, and I was literally pulling in $75,000 a month, that's what his YouTube channel makes, by the way. If I was pulling in $75,000 a month, you know, I would probably put out a survey to my followers, and in fact, I'm actually working on this for you guys. I would put out a survey to my followers and be like, hey, you know, if tornado warnings get issued for your area and nothing happens, you know, how likely are you to stop listening to them, kind of thing, and start, like, put out a survey, be like, what is your opinion? How do you feel? Like, do you get desensitized? Is it a crying wolf scenario? And getting the opinion of the audience, and then actually looking at the results and then communicate those findings. That's actually what I want to do with you guys, and then actually present it as facts and findings. Be like, hey, this is what we're seeing from our audience. These are regular people, and this is how they feel. Perhaps we can use this information and hand it off to somebody that's doing another study, or the Weather Service, something, and be like, hey, this is what our findings are. Maybe this can be used to better the way that we issue warnings and forecasts, because this is how the public perceives them. That would be the constructive thing to do, and then to sit down and be like, okay, we don't feel like this is working. We feel like this would be a better way. You know, here's what our findings are. But, you know, you have to do that. You have to actually do that. It's very important. You know, it's just, it's science. You know, that is science. You form a hypothesis, you collect some data, you make some findings, and you communicate. We might head toward Burlington. I want to get in front of this line. It's got a tornado warning. Not a very serious one, but it's also got a severe warning on it, too.
Scale 19, go ahead.
Yeah, Europe does make you pay a license to watch TV. I'm way back in the chat. Sorry. I don't know of any tornado on the ground, no. They did factor population in on those warnings, I think, but population I don't think should be a factor for tornado warnings because a tornado is going to be a tornado. I actually personally believe, and I will stand by this, that the radar indicated tornado warning criteria should be raised. And some people will argue with me on this, and I will actually admit that there is a valid counter argument to this. I don't think that this is the answer to the problem, but you know, I think we should be issuing fewer tornado warnings, and they should be reserved more for when we have more confidence. You know, the borderline baseline radar indicated tornado warnings most of the time are crap. I feel like that could be better communicated with a severe thunderstorm warning with some sort of a different approach. Like severe thunderstorm criteria now is, you know, 60 mile per hour wind, 1-inch hail, or a storm that has radar indicated rotation that could produce a tornado. And, you know, if you've got one of those tornado possible severe thunderstorm warnings, maybe it's EAS coded differently. So, like, it actually sets off your WIA alerts. And that way people kind of separate the two. But, you know, the argument to that is, well, sometimes the radar signature doesn't match the storm, and sometimes the velocity signature looks crappy, but, you know, the meteorologist can infer that it's much stronger than it is. Well, I get that, and I don't really have a good, you know, answer to that, and that's why I'm saying this isn't the solution. I just think it's a point where we should maybe be thinking in this direction. But, you know, I think tornado warnings should be maybe more reserved for, like, imminent. You know, like the rotation is now super strong, and it looks like there's going to be a tornado, or there is a tornado. I think a lot of these, especially the QLCS ones, could be summed up with like a severe thunderstorm warning, but you would have to give it a different FIPS code for a different FIPS code for the weather radio and for EAS, so that it doesn't just go out and get muted when people don't have their alerts on. You know, it's not a simple answer, but I think that might be the path that, honestly, what should be kind of gone down, because a lot of people do ignore tornado warnings because a lot of times nothing happens. And you can't really fault the people for that. But you also can't really fault the meteorologists either, because we don't control the weather. There's a lot we still don't understand. And these tornado warnings are issued with good intentions. It's just, it's hard because it is a cry wolf situation. And I think the Weather Service acknowledges that. You know, it's like, you know, please listen to us. You know, please take some sort of action. But the chances you're going to get hit with a tornado are still slim in the grand scheme of things. It's like, you know, it's a really tough problem. And I think we're actually getting past meteorology as the solution to the problem. I think the solution to the problem is becoming human psychology. And we need to start getting more psychology. God damn it. I'm fucking tired of that thing. We got to start getting psychologists and be like behavioral health experts involved in this. Because it's not really a science problem anymore. It's becoming a people perception problem. And it's like, well, how do we effectively communicate the threat and get people to listen without unintentionally crying wolf, and also communicating that there actually is a threat, especially this day and age in the dumbing down of America. And I'm sorry to say this, and I'm not trying to group anybody in, but it's true. We see this a lot. I feel like the population is getting dumber, and cancel me, but I run into so many people that they can't even find their house on a map. Nobody showed them. I have people that will ask me, where's Chicago? If you live in the United States and you're over 10 years old, you know where Chicago is. You know, Chicago, Washington, D.C. You know what I had somebody say to me 2 or 3 years ago? There's 2 Washingtons? And I was like, what do you mean? I just found out there's 2 states named Washington. I'm like, no, there's the state of Washington and there's Washington, D.C. I didn't even know there was a state named Washington. Like, oh my God. This was a 32-year-old woman at a gas station. Because I sarcastically said, how old are you? 32? I'm like, oh, that's terrible. That is terrible. Like, it's just, so we have to, like, kind of, I know this sounds terrible, but we have to take this system and make it so that a third grader can understand it. And it's true. I read a paper that got published regarding weather forecasts and weather alerts and stuff. And there were some folks, a group of researchers that determined that emergency information should be explained at a third grade, or a fifth, I believe it was fifth, at a fifth grade reading level. Not necessarily because people are dumb, but because in an emergency, people panic, they skip things over. So we should be issuing warnings, watches, advisories in such plain, simple terms that a fifth grader could figure it out, or a third grader. And honestly, it's probably better because we do have, like, what if let's say you're from France and you don't speak very good English? Well, you need something that's very plain and simple too. So I really think that we need to kind of dumb down the system a little bit as well. And again, I'm not claiming to have all the answers. And I'm not saying the Weather Service is doing it wrong. I just think that in the future, I suspect we're going to see the whole system get dumbed down a little bit. Or maybe not dumbed down, but dumb-proofed. I think that would be... I think that would be good, you know, because the average person doesn't actually understand a lot of this weather stuff. And we can't expect them to. I mean, like, you guys do because you're watching storm chasing. Like, you start to understand the stuff. But if you go up to a random person on the side of the road, like that guy that came up to me yesterday while I was super busy in the parking lot, you guys heard that guy, right? That was like a 40 to 50-year-old adult truck driver. Am I safe in the hotel? Will I hear it in the hotel? I've never seen one. I'm like, well, I can't really speak for that. I mean, do you think it'll take down the water tower? I was like, I don't know, man. What's it look like? Guys, those questions were honestly showing kind of low comprehension. And it's like, I don't know, man. Like, you shouldn't be standing out here, though. And it's like, you know, I understand the argument. There's so many people that argue, oh, well, the public needs to be smarter. No, not necessarily. Like, people don't get it. They're not around this stuff every day. They don't get it. Like, we have to make it so that they can understand. You know, I hate this. You know, the National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for here. Source, radar indicated rotation. I hate that. I absolutely hate that. And again, I'm not saying the Weather Service is wrong here, but I hate that. It should say something very plain and simple, like, you know, National Weather Service meteorologists have detected rotation. This storm could produce a tornado soon. Or, you know, the weather radar indicates a tornado may happen during this warning or something. The average public, you know, whether the text always, Weather Service has issued, you know, a tornado warning until 5 p.m. Source, radar indicated rotation. Okay. I think, you know, that doesn't, when you get these people that don't really comprehend this stuff, like, it leaves more questions than anything. And then they're just like, oh my God, a tornado coming. We need to flat out be like, you know, the weather radar is indicating a tornado may soon form based on rotation or something. Because I actually think Environment Canada does this, actually, where it'll say something, where they've done crap like that. But, you know, again, I'm not nitpicking, but I think it's one of those things where, like, there's basically like I think at some point here, you're going to see somebody's going to go through the entire warning system, a full sweep, and be like, do this, do this, do this, do this, do this. And it'll probably be put out to the public for public opinion, I'm sure. But I really think that we'll see a standardization of the warning process and kind of a more idiot-proof warning process within the next few years. I mean, that's just kind of my prediction anyway. We'll go down toward Muscatine and then evaluate from there. We can probably go across. How fast is this thing moving? All right, let me use my taxpayer-funded information here. Hang on.
No. Locations impacted include Fairfield, Mount Pleasant, Washington, Columbus Junction, New London, Winfield, Wayland, Brighton, Ainsworth, Birmingham, Columbus City, Salem, Stockport, Lockridge, Crawfordsville, Oves, Hillsborough, Rome, Westwood, and Mount Union. Remain alert for a possible tornado. Tornadoes can develop quickly from severe thunderstorms. If you spot a tornado, go at once into the basement or small central room in a sturdy structure. Take cover now. Torrential rainfall is occurring with these storms and may lead to flash flooding. Do not drive your vehicle through flooded roadways. You are listening to NOAA Weather Radio Station WXJ-73 in the Quad Cities. The current time is 9:43 a.m. Central Daylight Time. The following is a summary of watches, warnings, and advisories in effect. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued until 10:30 a.m. for the following county: Louisa, Iowa. Severe thunderstorm watch number 581 remains.
We're gonna go to Monmouth.
11 a.m. for the following counties in Iowa: Cedar, Louisa, and Muscatine. The National Weather Service in the Quad Cities has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Henry County, Northern Van Buren County, Southwestern Louisa County, Southern Washington County, Jefferson County, until 10:30 a.m. At 9:35 a.m., severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from near Keota to Pleasant Plain to near Collett, moving east at 40 miles an hour. Expected hazards include 60 miles an hour wind gusts. The following impacts are expected. Expect damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include Fairfield, Mount Pleasant, Washington, Columbus Junction, New London, Winfield, Wayland, Brighton, Ainsworth, Birmingham, Columbus City, Salem, Stockport, Lockridge, Crawfordsville, Oves, Hillsborough, Rome, Westwood, and Mount Union. Remain alert for a possible tornado. Tornadoes can develop quickly from severe thunderstorms. If you spot a tornado, go at once into the basement or small central room in a sturdy structure. Take cover now. Torrential rainfall is occurring with these storms and may lead to flash flooding. Do not drive your vehicle through flooded roadways. You are listening to NOAA Weather Radio Station WXJ-73 in the Quad Cities. The current time is 9:45 a.m. Central Daylight Time. The following is a summary of watches, warnings, and advisories in effect.
Okay, so here's the deal, guys. This is coming up to the river, which means we either get stuck on one side or the other. If you look at Radar Omega, you'll see that Boeing segment with the tornado warning is going to basically be moving roughly east. So it looks like if we go down to Aledo or Galesburg area, so basically Monmouth, let's go there because by the time we get there, we're going to be impacted by this tornado warning section. I don't want to go down on the Iowa side because we're going to miss it. So we'll go this way. If you're on I-80 going east, I mean, yeah. You're going to deal with some heavy rain, but all that stuff up there should be dissipating. I mean, I don't think you're going to have anything more than some lightning there, maybe once you get to Iowa City, but I think it's going to, the northern part of this, basically everything I-80 and north, I think is going to crap out. Yeah, it's kind of like how when they say something is military grade, which usually means it's a piece of junk, because most of that stuff that they make for them is junk. Oh, it's got military grade phone. Okay, cool, so it's a piece of junk, right? It's made as cheap as possible, lowest bidder, got it. This guy's in a hurry. Watch the hell out. So, like right now, I'm kind of wondering. I'm gonna watch this for a few minutes, but I think there's about 60 people down in this area that have our app, and we might want to send out a push notification for this. Just a corridor out ahead of this, maybe 60 miles, saying, hey, there's been a couple tornado warnings here. There's been severe thunderstorm warnings. Like, you know, just be mindful of this. So we might need to stop and map out a push notification here for this. I'm trying to do that because I've gotten really good feedback on that. We do these like small scale updates like that. You know, hey, there's a strong storm. You know, it's 2 hours away from you now, but I don't think it's going to stop. You know, be mindful at, you know, about 2:00 p.m. or whatever. And people have given us really good feedback on that.
Sterling, 178 traffic now.
This here will be the bridge back to Illinois. Might have just extended the watch. No turn on red. Are you serious? Why am I stopping? I'm an idiot. Yeah, I just extended the severe thunderstorm watch a little bit east, I think. A couple of those Illinois counties. Okay, Google Maps, what do you want me to do here? Straight? Honestly, maybe we just want to go get this in Muscatine. Nah, Aledo. Sure. God, there is something knocking in the front end of this truck. Like, suspension-wise. And it makes no sense because I just had this thing apart a couple thousand miles ago and checked everything. I think it might be the steering shaft. Like, if I go over a bump, but it's usually on the driver's side, at low speeds, it's like you feel and you, like there's a bumping in there, like somebody's hitting the tire with a hammer. But there's no play in nothing. And everything's new under there. I'm kind of, some of these, like my F-150 was always bad with that. I had to replace it. But sometimes those steering shafts, the U-joints get play in them. And even though you won't have slop side to side, they'll still rattle a bit. So I wonder, I need to check the steering shaft U-joints on this thing. I bet you this thing's got a, I bet you I pull those boots off the steering shaft where those U-joints are, I bet you it's got slop in it. Usually pretty cheap. I'm pretty sure it's only like a $70 part, 2 bolts, but I need to check that because it's driving me nuts. No, it's not like a suspension component. It's got to be something else because you don't feel it. It doesn't feel like it's the truck. Like, it feels like, it's almost like somebody's hitting the steering wheel or something. I don't know. I'm pretty sure it's either in the rack or the steering shaft. Maybe it's the rack. I mean, the rack could be going out, but I doubt it. I've never seen a GMT 900 power steering rack go out unless it's leaking. But I need to check those rack bushings too. Maybe it's got a bad rack bushing, but I doubt it, but I'll check it. I don't think it's actually a suspension component. It kind of reminds you of sway bar though, but it's not. But the thing is, like, it doesn't even worry me because, at that F-150, power steering rack went out in that. Thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars, and I had to go get programmed at the dealership. With this, a freaking power steering rack for this is probably $350. And like an hour and a half to 2 hours of my time. If even. So, like, that's what's nice about this older stuff is you just don't, they're not the money pits that these newer ones are. But I am noticing, though, that it seems like over the past couple thousand miles, the steering wheel doesn't always want to go back center. Like, it does, and it's not the alignment, but it's almost like it does go back to center, but it almost feels like it wants you to assist it, if that makes sense. So I kind of am thinking it's starting to point toward that steering shaft because of those, I bet those U-joints are binding up on there. Because that's pretty common with these. If the U-joint gets dry and worn out, it'll start to want to bind up a little bit. Now that I'm feeling this bumping, I bet you that U-joint's going bad in that steering shaft, which is super easy, but I bet you that's what it is. Maybe not, but probably. God, this road's rough. It's all washboarded. But I do like these older trucks. They're more fun too. Like, you can do cool stuff with them. Like, just the lift kit. There's a lot of lift options. It seems like there's more wheel and tire options that look good with them anyway. I really do like this thing. All right, let's drop south here. I really do like these like GMT 900 Tahoes. I like the trucks too, but Tahoes are my favorite. I paid $5,000 for this. Did I tell you guys that? This was only $5,000. It's like that guy in here the other day. Oh, you must be rich. Hey, buddy, I'm driving around a $5,000 car. But it's a damn nice $5,000 car. It's really nice. Well, you know what they say, though. Hang on, we're going to do that down here. You guys know what they say. So you can, hold on, I'm going to have to say this a few times to figure out the right way to say it, because I always say it wrong. Hey, that's a stop. God damn this fucking signal. I'm going to have a damn mental breakdown here because of this signal. The person who just made the suggestion about Life 360, can you, if you're in the app, can you go into the suggestions? If you go into more and then go down, there's like a feedback section. Can you put what you just put in there and send feedback? And if you don't have it, then send an email. Because obviously I can't integrate with Life 360 and shit. That's a different company. But you know what? What you just said about having family locations and stuff, I absolutely could make that happen, where you could have an account and then you could have a family group. So that I 100% could do that, and that's not a bad idea at all. If you send that as feedback or something, I will make that a feature within the next month or two. That's actually a very good idea. Like, because we can do that with background location. I mean, it wouldn't update as fast as Life 360. It would update like once every 5 minutes, but still. We could do that. Certainly could do that. Okay, what I was going to say was, if you're not rich, wait a minute. Being lazy is a luxury of the rich is what it ends up going to. And it's something about, if you're not rich enough to have, if you're not rich and you don't have nice stuff, then you can be poor and have junk that you make nice on your own, but you can't be lazy because it's hard work, and being lazy is a luxury of the poor, of the rich. I don't know. There's actually a better way that yeah, whatever, but you get what I mean. And that's kind of where I'm at. Like,
I can handle it.
if I go buy a $60,000 brand new Tahoe, which is going to be way more than $60,000 these days, but if I do that, it's going to do the same thing, the exact same thing that this Tahoe does. It's going to do the same thing. In fact, probably worse. But it'll do the same thing that this thing does. And I paid $5,000 for this. I put about $1,200 worth of parts on it. $6,200. 10% of the cost of a new one, if not more. And it does the same thing. No rust, no body damage, clean. When I wash this thing, it looks brand new. Like, seriously, like when you wash it and actually get the dirt off it, the thing looks brand new. It still has the factory undercoating on the frame rails, for God's sakes. I just went the wrong way. No, I didn't. Oh yeah, I did. It's shit. I gotta go that way. We're gonna go down there toward Aledo, or Aledo, whatever it is. It's the other way. I was looking at the wrong part of the map. But I can't justify. Now, if a dealership or a sponsor wants to work with us and give us a nicer, newer vehicle, I mean, we certainly wouldn't have a problem with that. I don't have anything against newer vehicles. It's just I can't justify getting a loan and having a payment for a $60,000 vehicle or something just to drive around when it does the same thing that a $6,200 vehicle does. It's not a good, you know what I mean? That's the thing too, like if you're good with your hands and good with DIY stuff, sometimes you can go buy a piece of junk and make it nice. I've done that so many times, bought a piece of junk and made it nice. There's nothing wrong, like if you want to go buy something newer or something, go do it, but for what I'm doing, it just doesn't make sense. But I tell you what, this thing's nice for what it is. Yeah, I think this thing's had the transmission replaced, now that we're talking about transmission replacements. I only say that because it's got 205,000 miles on it, and it's not driving like shit. And I don't know if Bob's in here or not, but I don't know, maybe he can attest. But usually when these transmissions go bad, they go bad at about 100 to 125,000. I mean, that's like all they do down there is these 6L80s. So it kind of leads me to believe this thing's been replaced. I think somebody has actually had the motor out of this at one point. I think this thing has had some serious work on it because the bolts and stuff underneath there look like they've got like witness marks on them. They don't look factory. And there's a paint marking on the side of the transmission. It could be factory. It's just a little blue mark. It doesn't really look like junkyard marking, but it does almost look like maybe somebody took it out and they marked it. And you know, if I do have to put a motor in it or a transmission in it or something, you know, if I do have to put a motor or a transmission in it or something, I mean, it's cheaper than the newer ones. Instead of a couple, almost $10,000, you might be looking at like $4,000 for a motor, maybe $4,000 for a transmission or something. You're not spending your entire savings account here on one component. Stuff's a little more cost friendly, you know. Severe thunderstorm warnings being continued here this way. Terrible signal. Terrible signal. You know what? Let me flap the stream on and off. Give me just a second here. Yeah, the stream's acting goofy here. I don't know why. There's really not much for phone service out here either. I think that's part of the problem. Yeah, corn looks good out here. I agree. It looks good pretty much everywhere out here, though. Even back by home, it looks good. I don't think I've really seen anywhere where it doesn't look good, which is surprising because we really needed, you know, we had basically the drought for so long. Yeah, like even back in like South Central Wisconsin, I mean, shoot, corn looks better this year than it did last year. Honestly, the past couple of years, I'm really surprised how good it looks. $4.25 for gas. God dang, man. What the hell? So Aledo, whatever it is, it's the next town. I just thought that might be a good spot because it looks like that's where kind of the brunt of this is going to come through. And once again, we are way farther than home than I wanted to be. Like, that's been the theme these past few days. Like, let's see how many, you know, how far can we get when we just say we're going to go an hour down the road and then it ends up being 6. You know what? It don't even matter to fill up before Illinois anymore because dang, Wisconsin is $4 now and it's $4.15 across the border. You know, what's 15 cents? But it's ridiculous now. But you're not wrong. For some reason, Wisconsin is way higher than it normally is. Like, usually, it's not like that. I don't know if we got a new freaking tax or something or what, but man, this is just ridiculous. I would like to be in charge of something in the government and just, like, the Department of Common Sense or something and just yell at all these people and be like, lower the gas prices. Oh, we can't. Why? Oh, the Strait of Gibraltar is closed. Okay, cool. Well, then give me a shovel and I'll go dig a new one myself. Like, get out of my way. Like, I'll go make my own passageway through the Iranian blockade or whatever. I'll go build a damn bridge. Watch me. I'll go get some scrap wood and go over there, and we'll just drive our oil right on over them. I'll solve some problems. Maybe that's what we need to do. Go live stream the Strait of Hormuz or whatever it is. Is there any can we get a live streaming camera put up at the Strait of Hormuz or whatever? Yeah, so if I were the president, I would buy Greenland. And then we would send all the people that I don't like to Greenland. We would just take it from Denmark and be like, sorry guys, I need this. And if we ask really nicely, they might not be too pissed. We're gonna take Greenland, and then we're gonna take all the people that we don't like, and about 75% of Congress, and we're gonna take them and put them on Greenland, and we'll give them like a year worth of food, water, and shelter, and be like, here, you're on your own, figure it out, and then we'll just leave. It's like Misfit Island or something. Just be like, here. Maybe even give them a camera crew. It's like a real episode of Lost. We'll just take all the Congress people, Mitch McConnell specifically, if he's even, maybe that's where he is. Guys, I think he's dead. I really do. So we're gonna take Mitch McConnell and everybody else, and all of the people that we don't like, you know, like these jerks on Twitter and all that. We're gonna take them and we're gonna give them a year's worth of food, water, and shelter, and be like, here's some basic tools. Here's a generator. You know, some stuff to start a fire, and here's a camera crew. And we're gonna be like, you now live on Greenland. You can do whatever you want with this. And we're gonna put them on Greenland, and that's them now. That's no longer my problem, kind of thing. It'll work out really well. It'll be like an experiment too. Like, will they elect a government? Like, will they just starve? You know, will they fight? Be a great social experiment. I think I could work that deal with Denmark. I feel like if I went and sat down with whoever the hell is in charge of Denmark, I don't know if I could even point to Denmark on a map. I think I can. I'm not 100% sure. I'm not going to claim to be, but if I went to Denmark, I don't know what language they speak there. Probably one that I don't. But if I go to Denmark, I think I could get that done. Be like, hey, you know what? If you give us Greenland, then we'll allow you to put all of your misfits there too. I think I could get that done. I think they would go for that, because I'm sure they got people they can't tolerate over there too. Oh yeah, but we also have to offer the people that live in Greenland, if there are any, we have to offer them like a free ride anywhere they want, because if they're like, hey, we don't want to deal with these people, we got to give them like a free ride off of the island or something. Like, we don't want to be mean to them. Give them a free out anywhere they want. Here's a plane ticket. Here's a plane ticket and like $50,000. Go set up shop somewhere else. I bet we could get them to go for that. Greenland, 60,000 people. Okay, well, if we give $50,000 to 60,000 people, what's that come out to? I mean, I'm sure that the government's wasted more money than anything, you know, on dumber stuff. Be like, hey guys, you know, we'll move you to Canada or Australia or anywhere you want to go. Or perhaps they might actually opt in. Maybe they would prefer that we just section off part of Greenland and put up a fence. mean, we could give these guys options, like, hey, you know, we could do a fence, like an electric fence that's like 30 feet tall, and we just like put them in half of Greenland, like cut it in half, and then you've got like South Greenland and North Greenland or something. Be like, hey, we're gonna put all the rejects from our shithole country in the north, but we're gonna put up a fence so that they don't bother you. Please don't pet the wildlife, kind of thing. Like, you know, I don't know. I think I could get the people of Greenland to go for that. I have good negotiating skills. We really do need a misfit island for some of these people. Maybe we could just put them on a boat, like on a barge, and just go send the barge off into the middle of the ocean and just kind of let it free float. Give it an anchor, maybe. I mean, that would work. That might be cheaper. We could go park it next to Greenland. Put all the people we don't like on a boat, just anchor it offshore of Greenland. I don't know. Then we don't have to pay for it. Then we don't have to buy Greenland. Hey, we're pretty much right in line with this big storm. Yeah, the floating trash islands. That's a good point. Yeah, we could do that. Not extended the severe thunderstorm warning for this. Might get a decent shelf cloud on this one when it comes across. Let's go sit on the west side of town. Visibility is not terrible this morning. I don't think I've ever driven through here before, like at all. Looks like we're gonna have some good visibility out here west of town, so this will work out. We'll probably find a spot to stop. Perfect visibility out here. This thing will be coming right to us in about 15 minutes.
You go ahead. What was that address again? 17 what? The address 1739 Township Road 2850 North. 1739 2850 North. 10-4 on. 1023 at 1739. Looks like there's construction going on here. I don't know if there's a modular home. I don't think there's anybody around. 10-4.
Some cool layers to the clouds up there. like up here. Mesoscale discussion just came through for this area. Damn corn so tall I can't see over there. I could pull off right there, but you can't see over the corn. They're talking about issuing a watch that goes all the way across central Illinois for this thing. Ooh, there's beans there, so if we pull over here, we could actually see. Spin you guys the right way here. We could stop here. Ooh, hold on a minute. Maybe this road. Might be I feel like there's gonna be a field driveway up here, and we got beans, so we can actually see. There's just no good ways to pull off the road here. There's really not. I wonder if I can just pull. I wonder how bad this ditch is. Ooh, that's real steep.
Henderson County.
This might be just how we have to do it here. Hang on. Seriously, that raindrop's gonna sit right in the middle like that? You gotta be kidding me. There might be a shelf cloud in there. Maybe. Not much of one. Oh, maybe. Actually, hang on here. How to spin you this way? Maybe right off to our due west here. We might have one that kind of pops out of the clouds here. Sometimes with these low-lying, kind of murky clouds, you can't really see very well until they get right up on you. There. That'll probably be okay in a minute. This might not be terrible, guys. Was it worth $100 in gas? Probably not. But we're here. Okay. Got it. And my feet are wet. That's great.
Alright, the last transmission. Do you want me to call a tow for the vehicle?
So you want to smoke.
All right, let me post this picture. Might get a shelf cloud out of this. Hold on here, it's take me a minute. It's looking darker over there, though. Oh, I think we just got a special weather statement. Oh boy. Alright, I'm trying to post this here. Alright, location. Let's see, what do I want to tag? ALEDO. Yeah, there's just like no structure to this whatsoever, is there? I got shafted again today. Getting shafted again. I just posted. Some thunder. I mean, that's cool, right? So the special weather statement push. I'm 3 hours away from the office. Holy crap. You're kidding me. Oh my god. Okay, so signal's crap out here. So let's keep going east with this. There's no shelf cloud. We got ripped off. Shafted. Oh man, it got dark out here. Sorry, the signal's awful. We're gonna move east with this because there's no structure. It got dark though. Really dark. That was scary. That was scary close. That one was. All right, we'll head east all the way over there to 74. Things moving east, but no severe warnings on it. It could change if it intensifies, though. Highway goes straight east and get back a little bit out ahead of this thing. I think it's moving pretty slow now. Maybe it'll get some structure to it, but they're considering a severe thunderstorm watch downstream, farther east. So we'll see. Definitely not as potent of an event as the past two, but we are just repeating the past few days. A little bit farther south than the past few days, and a little bit later, but still. Same thing, different day. That was close lightning. Yep, sure was. Jesus fuck! Holy fucking shit! Oh my god.
30, go ahead, Henderson.
Holy shit.
Weather statement from the National Weather Service. Strong thunderstorms will impact portions of Henderson County.
I don't know if you guys saw that. It hit the power pole. Did you guys see it? And now we lost signal. I wonder if it took something out. We lost signal. It might have taken something out. I don't know if you guys actually saw that, but it was the power pole on the right of the screen.
I think I drove through that, what they were talking about, most of it, I think.
And 4.
Let's just get out of here before we get killed by lightning. That was kind of cool. Sorry to whoever's connected to that pole, I guess. You don't have power now.
Can you get my serve en route? It's going to be cold.
Update for fire medical.
We just gotta get out of here before we get struck by lightning. That's the goal at this point. get the hell out before we get hit by lightning. Anyway, still don't have a connection on the tablet.
It appeared to be a male walking away. Dark colored shirt, dark colored jeans. I don't know what trailer he went into.
So you never know what you're going to find when you go out. And that wasn't as good as the one the other day when we were in Stoughton and I was on the wrong camera. Going down County B, there's power poles like these ones on the right here, these big ones. And about 2 power poles up ahead, it struck the power line. Not the power poles, but it hit the power line, and the power lines glowed bright purple for like 10 seconds. It was crazy. I've never seen anything like it. But I couldn't hit the button to flip the camera around, it seemed like, but I mean, the power lines were glowing. It was nuts. Well, that made the day worth it. I mean, I thought that was pretty cool, I'm not gonna lie. Probably not cool for the guy who don't have power now, but kind of cool to see. Yeah, that was definitely worth seeing. That was kind of cool. Well, that made the day worth it. So we'll continue east. We'll see if they severe warn this thing. '74 will be coming up here soon. At least we were on the right camera for that one. Might have cried if we weren't. You can't believe you were looking at the TV. Yeah, I can't believe I was on the right camera. All right. There's like no structure to this, no shelf cloud, no nothing. So we'll want to reevaluate this when we get to the interstate, because we could drop south to Galesburg. Alright, so I haven't seen them issue that new watch yet. In fact, they probably... I mean, if they don't start putting out warnings on this, I don't think they'll put a watch on it. I really don't. I do think this is overall going to probably start weakening. No shelf cloud. Just kind of gray. The lightning's pretty continuous, though. Got a pretty good turnout of people today again, too. Stuck behind this guy. Yeah, we're north of Galesburg right now. Shoot, it'll be through Galesburg before you know it. Just don't get hit by lightning. Might just go north on 74. It's like getting kind of like that bookend vortex curling up there at the top of this QLC or MCS complex. Not anything to really write home about, but we might get some enhanced winds a little bit north of here. Plus, that's easy. It's easy to do. Yeah, I just don't quite think this thing's getting to severe limits. I mean, like, when that thing passed through, it barely had 30-mile-an-hour winds on it. So... I think they might hold off on that watch, but we'll see. Should be to 74 here in just a minute. Yeah, definitely a lot of lightning with it, I agree on that. Yeah, we'll go north. So we're right over here by 74, basically. But this road's basically the same path. So we'll go a little bit north here. Yeah, I kind of like this, almost like bookend type vortex thing that's curling around up here.
11, 12.
Quite a bit of rain too. Like it looks like there's rain all the way up into well into Wisconsin. Although there's not really much for storm happening up there. It's just rain. Really, the only storm is down here. It's definitely not as early of an event as yesterday, at least for us. Well, there is no structure to this whatsoever. Like, I just looked back at radar. I didn't realize we were this far north. Like, what? We got ripped off. It got ripped off. That's alright. I don't know. The lightning strike was worth it. That was worth a 3-hour drive for sure. Looks like special weather statements continued. Almost to the river. Yeah, it looks like they're just going to opt for special weather statements on this. That's fine. I get it. It's definitely not severe. So this whole thing looks like it is weakening now. It really tried to get going again there for a little bit, and they had that tornado warning on it, but it's possible that this could intensify as it moves farther east, where the sun might be coming out, or some additional destabilization or something. But I think at least from now until like the river, it's probably shot. Alright, we'll start going east here. Cambridge, Illinois, home of the great bust of, I'm pretty sure 2021, maybe it was 2022. Some of you guys might remember. We don't really attract storm chasers on this channel because they're usually out doing storm chasing, which I guess makes sense. I mean, why would you watch a storm chaser when that's something that you go do? So I don't know if anybody here remembers the big March bust. I'm pretty sure it was maybe it was 2020. All right, now I need some help. Somebody's got to know. It was either 2020, 2021, or 22. But I think it was 2020. I think. There was a moderate risk, and everybody went to Cambridge. Everybody went to Cambridge, Illinois. And there was a tornado warning, and it wrapped up, and it looked like it was going to produce a tornado, and then it shit the bed. Totally died, and that was it. That was it. And the HRRR was printing, supercells all over the map. It looked like it was going to be, this chaotic outbreak of like F5 tornadoes, and nothing. Which, I mean, I guess is good, but it was crazy because it looked like it was pretty much definitely going to happen, and then it just crapped out. I mean, it totally took a dump. But I'm sure somebody can find out what year that was. I think it was 2020, now that we come to think about it, because I think it was COVID year. Because a guy came up to me at a gas station, I think, if this is the same one, and told me I needed to put a mask on. I wasn't even in the building. I was pumping gas. And he was like really aggressive, and he's like, "You need a mask. This is Illinois." Like, no man, I don't. I'm standing outside. I'm not putting a mask on to pump gas outside in the open air. Oh my God. But I'm pretty sure that was that event, so that makes me think it would have been 2020, because COVID year. But it still could have been 21. I think the date was March 18th. Maybe 17th, but I want to say it was like March 18th, 2020, or March 18th, 2021. Something like that. So I remember Dan Robinson, he's a storm chaser, St. Louis. He was still going around on his tirade where he claimed that it was illegal for anybody to travel across the country, and I was on his shit list. He basically was taking names of anybody who was seen storm chasing on social media, and he was like harassing the government and turning their names into the local health departments for where they were and everything, because he was claiming that that's not essential work. You're not essential employees. You have to stay home. And it's like, no. But okay. So yeah, that was Dan Robinson, which is really sad because I had a lot of respect for Dan Robinson. But to basically go out of your way and like start this thing and harass everybody, and he made a big thing about it. And I remember a bunch of people made fun of him. I think it was Devin Pitts. Somebody photoshopped a picture of his face on Paul Blart and then started posting, with Paul Blart on his Segway. He put Dan Robinson's face on it, and that became a meme. Because he was serious. I mean, he was reporting people and taking notes and all this. I'm just like, dude, you gotta chill the fuck out. Like, nobody likes you because you're a dick. Okay, it was 2020. That still doesn't seem right. Maybe I think I've got the high risks mixed up. Because we had a bunch of high, maybe that was 2020, I don't know. I have a bunch of dates mixed up. Because we had some busy springs there, 20, 21, 22. Ah. It's too bad too, because Dan Robbins is actually very smart. It's just, I don't know what compels somebody to do that. Because I don't know about you guys, I don't care, essential employee or not, I gotta work. I don't live off fucking welfare, so, you know, we gotta work. Whether that's going to Walmart or storm chasing, like, I wasn't sneezing on people, you know? I wasn't licking doorknobs. I wasn't getting sick and coughing on people. Like, leave me alone. I know he went after Reed, he went after me. A bunch of hobbyists on Twitter that were out in Oklahoma, he went after them and was like logging where they had been and like contacting all the health departments for the counties that they were seen stopped in and stuff. I'm just like, oh my God, dude, relax. Oh yeah, I know COVID was definitely a thing, people, but there was so much unnecessary crap just from the way people reacted. Just the mass panic wasn't necessary. But that was a state-to-state thing. Illinois was basically Nazi Germany. J.B. Pritzker, he's a fat, worthless piece of crap. He's the governor. And I'm sorry, I actually think that Gavin Newsom... So I do definitely sit on the right side of the political spectrum, very open about that, but I'm definitely not far right. I'm more, you know, the thing is like some of the left extreme has become so far left extreme that those of us that were on the left a couple of years ago almost seem like we're on the right. Like, it's kind of ridiculous. But, so I'm definitely not one of these anti-science people, because there's a lot of people that sit on the far right that are very anti-science and they don't believe and they think that vaccines and Tylenol, or no, they believe that Tylenol causes autism, and it's like, Jesus Christ, really? You know, we're gonna ban the Fruit Loops because of the Red 40, which, okay, and that's fine, you know, I'm all for that, get rid of unhealthy shit, but Jesus, like, really, Tylenol? But I mean, I've been taking Tylenol my whole life, and I'm not a fucking idiot, or whatever the hell they claim you turn into, a fucking zombie or whatever, Jesus Christ. But anyway, in RFK we trust, you know? But the whole forcing businesses to shut down and all this, like, I understand, you know, enhanced health guidelines like washing your hands, and if you're sick, perhaps not going in public and coughing on people. That's probably a good idea, and that applies to anything. If you're sick, you probably shouldn't go out in public and spread that everywhere. Common sense health guideline right there. But I saw so many people lose their businesses that they worked hard for, and that just wasn't really happy about that. But where I was going with that is I can't stand that guy. The guy is about 500 pounds and he's lecturing people on how to be healthy. I don't think that's fair. But the J.B. Pritzker, I actually, and where I was going with the political thing is, I was going to say that I think Gavin Newsom is a better governor than J.B. Pritzker, and I don't like that guy either. But I actually think that Gavin Newsom, the governor of California, I actually think he's a way better governor than the governor of Illinois. In fact, I actually think that Illinois would be better off if they just took Gavin Newsom and stuck him in Chicago and got rid of J.B. Pritzker, because I actually think that Gavin Newsom does a better job. Like, So where I was going with that is for me to say that is really saying something because I think he does a better job than this guy does. Nobody likes this guy. Like, Illinois wants him gone so bad. It's sad. I feel bad for the folks living in Illinois because most of Illinois is actually a really nice place, but they're just getting taxed, and these Chicago people are sucking the life out of Illinois. Oh, I actually do have a clue, Deborah. Just because I don't live there doesn't mean that I don't know. But you also don't live in Illinois, right? So, I mean, I could counter that argument. This guy is so terrible that you could find me the worst politician in the world, and it would probably be better than this guy. Like, this guy's that bad. You could go find me a monkey. You could literally go to the zoo and get me a goddamn monkey, and would probably do a better job than this guy. I don't even think this guy can reach around and wipe his own ass. At least a monkey can do that. That really rubbed me the wrong way. Like, this guy's lecturing people on how to be healthy, but this poor guy can't even fit into a pair of pants. I'm like, buddy, get us a doctor or somebody who's actually a healthcare expert up there to lecture us about health. That's what actually bothered me during COVID was we had so many people that had no idea about healthcare. Lecturing people on what to do. Like, nobody would give the doctors or the healthcare providers a platform. They just wanted to give the politicians a platform because Anthony Fauci, he's, okay, doctor, whatever, he's a politician. I don't want to hear, when we have a public health crisis, I don't want to hear from politicians. I want to hear from doctors that don't have a horse in the race. But we couldn't do that. We just wanted to give Fauci and the politicians the platform, and I thought that was wrong. Like, I think we needed more actual doctors who are not politicians to be distributing healthcare related information during a healthcare crisis. And that was too much to ask, so whatever. I'll be running for president someday. Trust me, I can do a better job than this guy and the last guy. I promise. So vote for me. That's true, because Blagoja, whatever the hell is Blagovich or whatever the hell his name was. That's right. I think he's still in prison, isn't he? Or did they let him out? I forgot about that. Yeah, like one of the last governors of Illinois got thrown in prison. But I think, didn't they pardon him or let him? Oh, he did get pardoned. God, isn't that messed up? It's crazy. Welcome to the world, folks. We do need to get, but in seriousness though, because of the way that social media is going, we do need to get more experts on social media, because people are using social media for their news now. Did you guys hear about how we were supposed to lose gravity for 7 seconds yesterday? I mean, come on. You know how many people actually believe that? There was a lot of people that believe that. I mean, like, Jesus, like, come on, guys. Like, we need more experts on social media to counter the stupidity. Like, honestly, we need more doctors to get a platform. We need more, I don't know, experts in the fields to get platforms and use them to distribute truthful news. We need that because there's an imbalance right now. Well, yeah, I wasn't a fan of Francine, whatever the hell her name was. Did not like her. She scared me. She gave me those vibes of she's honestly looking to cause problems. Like, she gave me bad vibes. I did not like her. I'm glad that that other guy. So we just had our elections the other day. It was really, the Democratic nominee was between this lady named Francesca, or France, I think that was her name, something like that, and some other guy. And it was really close, but the other guy got it, thank God. But this girl scared me. Like, she was very much an extremist. I think the guy that beat her out, based on the little I've seen, is more of just like an average politician. Like, if he gets voted in, like, okay. I feel like this guy is kind of like a guy that both sides can deal with, which we need more of. You know, we need more problem solving and less division. Like, it should be less about politics and more about solving problems. But yeah, that girl, I saw the comment, that girl scared me. She legitimately scared me. Because, like, she would go off on these tyrant rants at her rallies and stuff, and just talk about how she's gonna change everything, and everything. It's just, like, the comment she made that terrified me was, she was like, everything will change, and it's like, oh my God, lady, you are terrifying. You are scary, and you look unstable. Can we have literally anybody else? And thank God that everybody voted for the other guy, because the other guy seems, just from what I saw, that guy seems much more relatable. Doesn't terrify people. Even if they disagree with him, he doesn't terrify them and say crazy things like that. We will change everything. Like, oh, no, lady, please don't. That's a very scary thing to say, because that's not how government works. You don't get to just walk in and change everything. Yeah, I know that's how it's been the past couple of years, but it's not how it's supposed to be. I'm just going to start running as a write-in. See how many people we can get to write my name in. It's going to be the mayor of some town somewhere. I don't know. First order of business, remove flock cameras. You know, I actually pissed a lot of people off in my personal life, apparently. I got people that, like, know me. And it's only the people that know me. They got so mad at me on Facebook when I shared that news story about them getting rid of flock in Stoughton. So many people that I know were just like, you're a piece of trash, you support criminals. Like, that's got nothing to do with it, but whatever. Okay, screw you too. I'll just go screw myself, I guess. That's right, I am the mayor of Texas. Did you guys know that the governor of Texas is in a wheelchair? I didn't know that. Everybody was calling him Hot Wheels, and I'm like, why the hell they call him Hot Wheels? And I had no idea all these years the guy was in a wheelchair. I had no clue. Like, I'm not making fun of him. I'm just saying, I'm like, why do they call this guy Hot Wheels? And I'm like, oh crap, he's in a wheelchair. I had no idea, no clue. It shows how much I pay attention to this shit. But I am the mayor of Texas, and I think that outranks him. Oh yeah, I hate flock cameras, for sure. I actually don't hate the technology. I hate the privacy issue. So I take a different stance on this because I'm in the world of technology all the time. There's cameras everywhere, and I can go stand on a street corner and record whatever I want as long as I'm in a public place. And that's a constitutionally protected thing. I don't really know how the Constitution and the search and seizure thing really goes into the flock cameras much, but what I can tell you from an ethics point of view, which is enough for me. Hey, there's one right there. We should go knock it off the pole. I didn't say that. From an ethics point of view, the problem that I have is it's a private company, and they're not being transparent. Because they are a private company holding these massive databases, they need to have more transparency, and they need to have better policies and procedures. Flock cameras have like zero security. There's people on YouTube that literally just find IP addresses to Flock cameras and they log into them and all the data is right there. That's terrible. That could be used by criminals to commit crimes. And that's just, there's so many ethical issues with it that I actually don't have a problem. If a company wanted to make a massive license plate reader network and put them everywhere, that's fine. But they gotta need to be transparent, and they need to actually be license plate readers, not watching people. Because some of them, I know it sounds like a conspiracy, but it is not. It's been proven. They are watching people. And I understand that I could go stand on a street corner and watch people all day with my video camera. But I'm also not selling that for profit. And I know some people might be like, oh, you're anti-business. No, I think there's an ethical line, and I'm not a lawyer. The legality of this is for a lawyer to figure out. Not my problem, and I don't even care. Well, I do, but I don't. My problem is the ethics. Is you've got this private company who tells us nothing about these. They don't publish their headquarters location. They don't answer questions. They spread propaganda. The CEO and the CTO of Flock Safety do nothing but spread propaganda on their Twitter accounts. Go look. It's scary. And what they're doing with the Nexus, if you sign up for the Nexus program, the Flock Nexus program, they actually skim, and they've admitted this, they skim data breaches, illegal data breaches, and associate your license plates or insurance records and your names with data breach data and sell it. I don't know how that's even legal. That's illegally breached data, and they're associating it with your car and selling it. Because these aren't just for the police. That's what a lot of folks need to realize, is these Flock cameras are not a police thing. It is anybody who wants to go pay for these things can get them and use them. That's where I have the problem. There's a lot of police departments and law enforcement agencies who have put up their own license plate readers in their counties, and they run it in an in-house LPR. They're not looking at people. It's a true LPR. Scans the plate, runs the plate. If the plate's stolen, somebody gets an email, puts it in the database. They're not recording the people in the car type thing. They're not selling your data. They're not looking at data breaches. It is no different than a police officer driving down the road and running a plate. Nothing illegal about that. I could be a cop, and every car that I pass on the road, I could run the plate, and if the plate comes back stolen or suspended or revoked, I could pull them over. And that's what these LPRs are doing. And I actually don't have a problem with that. But these are also, this is also data that's not being put out there where other people can log into it and F with it. It's being used by the local police to flag stolen vehicles. It's not a private company data brokering where you've been, being creepy. It's the cops getting an email when a stolen car passes their LPR. Like, that's what Flock should have been. I'm actually okay with that, and that's perfectly legal, and I don't have any sort of problems with that whatsoever. It's the massive private surveillance and the brokering of data without any form of ethics that I have a problem with, and that's why I am very anti-Flock. So hopefully that explains it. That's a good question. Because our base of operations is in Stoughton, and they actually cut the contract with Flock, and they went and tore the cameras down the next day. The citizens didn't complain. The county or the city board, somebody on the city board was like, I don't think we should have these anymore, and they took it to a vote, and it was unanimous. They got rid of them. Pinal County Sheriff Ross Teeple, it used to be Mark Lamb. It's Ross now, out in Arizona. He made a big video about why you shouldn't have Flock. Guys, there's a sheriff of one of the most difficult counties in the nation because of the illegal border crossing and all sorts of terrible crap they got going on in that region. Drugs, where Flock could potentially make a difference for the police, and you've got the sheriff, the elected sheriff, saying, no, you need to get rid of these. That's telling you something. I mean, and he's a well-respected, people's rights sheriff. You go down there, and that's why people in that county like the cops, because the cops aren't, they are truly protecting your constitutional rights that you are given in this country by being a citizen. And I think that when the cops are out there saying, hey, this needs to go, I think we probably should be listening. Because he put out a 5-minute video and he's like, this isn't right. These need to go. It's a problem. Get rid of them. I mean, I think we need to listen up when stuff like that starts happening. So, Carrie, Rob's neighbor, has a signed picture from Grady Judd. It's a fun fact. I like Grady Judd. That guy's cool. I actually disagree with some of his... Sometimes he's a little bit over the top. But I can respect a guy who doesn't give an F about what anybody thinks of him and tries to do the best at his job. Because I get that feeling from him, even though I think he's wrong sometimes. I feel like he takes his job very seriously and holds his people accountable. So, you can kind of balances out. I do like that guy. I do like that guy. I got a Polk County Sheriff patch too. Yeah, no, it was after one of the hurricanes that Polk County was actually over in Taylor County assisting after the one of the hurricanes, and there was a Polk County car with a Polk County cop, and I was like, hey, this is kind of an odd question. I'm like, but you got any patches I could buy from you? I said, I think your sheriff is pretty cool. And this guy just he was kind of laughed. He's like, yeah, because we're prepared for these situations. And he came back with a handful of they had a bunch of stickers, and I got 2 patches from them, their old one and their new one. I was like, well, how much do you want for it? And he's like, nothing, just take it. So I think that they get asked that a lot because it's Polk County and because it's Grady Judd. And I asked him, I said, off the record, I said, I know you're a big department and you don't have any direct contact with it probably. Like, do you like the guy? And he's like, yeah, it's a tight ship, but everybody's well respected and taken care of. I'm like, well, that says something, I guess. I should send him that patch and see if I can get the guy to sign it. Because that guy's Facebook famous. Yeah, there's no warnings on this, and all this stuff up here is just going to be a flood problem. There could be some minor flooding with this, but I don't think anything crazy. Yeah, Hooker, Oklahoma. I know where Hooker is. So when I was up in Murdo, Oklahoma, Murdo, South Dakota, and you guys can look it up. It's probably watching. I bet Kyle. He's the. He said he was the chief deputy of Jones County, South Dakota. I was like, oh, that's cool. And then I realized he's the only deputy of Jones County, Oklahoma, or South Dakota. There's 2. It's him and the sheriff. That's literally it. 2 guys. I met him, and he had his friend from the other county next door, which also only has 2 cops in the whole county. We had a severe weather up there, and his friend came over, whatever, that was a deputy in the next county over, and had a bunch of patches, and I got a bunch of patches and shit from South Dakota. So I got to mail some of our new ones up there for him, but I ended up with some cool ones from up there. What current town? Wait, what's your current town? Hooker? Or something else?
36.
Or are you talking about Murdo? Because if you're up in Murdo, that's pretty cool. Yeah, South Dakota is an interesting place. Those Indian reservations up there, though, man, those... So I was warned when we were up there, I was told stay the hell off the Pine Ridge Reservation, and I was like, why? Because usually those Native American Indian reservations are honestly cool places, like in Oklahoma and stuff, because honestly, like the Native American population is generally actually quite welcoming. And it's really odd, but apparently it's drug overdose city. And there was a video that got put out about like that Pine Ridge area and the Sunrise Apartments. Just Google it, Pine Ridge Reservation, or is it Rosebud? Maybe it's Rosebud. It might be Rosebud. I don't know. Sunrise Apartments, central South Dakota. I mean, north of Valentine, Nebraska. You'll learn all about it. But apparently, it's a very scary, like, dangerous place. Or that I had to drive through it the next day. I did not stop. I was just surprised because, like, the Indian reservations in Oklahoma and stuff. Any time I've been down there, like, everybody's so nice and welcoming and friendly. I just thought that was a universal thing, but apparently not that one up there in South Dakota. Like, there's murders and all sorts of crazy shit happening. Yeah, South Dakota is interesting. Very, very... It's a lot more rural than you would think, you know? Because even West Texas, you know, far West Texas, East New Mexico is more developed almost, more populated. I like West Texas. I know a lot of people don't, but I like it a lot. I like that part of the world. I know a lot of people that travel to West Texas to work, yeah, for oil field and stuff. I imagine that's probably what you do then. A lot of people. So you run into a lot of people out there that are from the East Coast and stuff. Oh, I think this will crap out before it gets into Indiana. I really think it will. But see, I like West Texas. I know a lot of people don't, but I do. I like it out there. I don't know. I kind of like the oil field areas. Texas Panhandle is really nice, but I know that like West Texas, Midland, and that area can get a little bit grubby, but I like it out there. When you grow up where I did up here, it's better. I actually don't even know where Goldsmith is. I gotta look for that. Sounds familiar. Oh, it's Ector County. Okay, so that's by Midland, right? Oh, it's, yeah. And by south of Andrew. Yeah, okay. Odessa. Okay. Okay, yeah, I have gone through there then. I know it. I just didn't know the town off the top of my head, but yeah, I've driven through there. See, I like that area. It's just, I don't know. Like, I see why the people that live there don't like it, but for not living there, I like it. I haven't been to Kermit all year. Usually we end up in Kermit once a year for some storm that comes out of southeast New Mexico. Man, I haven't been down there much. I haven't been in West Texas since late May, which is very abnormal. I just got a phone call from somebody that thinks I owe them money. I think it's that guy asking for Steven or Josh or whatever his name is again. They keep calling me about student loan debt that I don't have because I was never a student there. Yeah, hey, you just left me a voicemail or whatever, I guess, that I ignored because I think you guys suck. And you keep calling me, and it's kind of annoying. I could block your number, but that's a lot of work. I'm live streaming to an audience right now. You're actually on national television right now, and national radio, where we deal with, you know, ignorant people. And I guess you think that I owe you a bunch of money. I'm letting you know that you're probably not going to get it because I don't know who you are. And the voicemail, the guy says, "Do not ignore this," as if you're threatening me. And I'm starting to feel a little bit threatened. And I know there's laws about this, and now that I feel threatened, I would really hate to have a harassment issue or something, you know. So, however, if you want to call me back, you can call me back, and I'll put you live on the broadcast. Have a good one. Bye. Okay, well, I left him a voicemail. It said leave your voicemail. There you go. Yeah, it's those people that keep asking for whatever that guy, Josh or whatever. We've taken their calls live before. It's like, I'm not that guy. Not a single severe warning on that since it crossed the river. Just coming into Peoria now. The storm is. That was some good lighting. We'll stick with, we'll keep the stream going for just a little bit here, guys. I don't want to drag it out too long, but I mean, this one was kind of a wash. I mean, the lightning hitting the power lines, I mean, that probably made the whole day worth it, but... But I mean, this is just another morning system. There could be another one tomorrow, but it'll probably be like southern Iowa, northern Missouri. So it's just, we're really in this pattern of these early morning systems, it looks like. I think it's going to continue a few more days. Yeah, there's some signals for maybe some storms coming up, like around 3 or 4 p.m. in Kansas City area tomorrow even. And moving east across northern Missouri, maybe making it into Illinois. I mean, it doesn't look like anything that's a big deal, but something maybe to keep an eye on. Might end up down there for that. Kansas City's only a 6-hour drive, so I could make that decision in the morning. Yeah, you should deal with my fiber. So try running a data center when the damn fiber company keeps digging up the line. That's the problem. So a lot of our infrastructure is hosted in our base of operations. I have a data center in there, for Christ's sakes. And it keeps going down because they keep digging up our fiber line. They won't bury it right. And I'm starting to get pissed. You literally can see the fiber line. It's laying on the dirt. Like, I walked over yesterday and I saw this big orange cable, and I'm like, what the hell is that? I'm like, son of a bitch, that's our fiber. So I called TDS, and I was like, our like $300 a month internet for all this is about to die because somebody's going to run this over. And they're like, oh, thanks, we'll send someone out in 2 to 3 weeks. But yeah, no, you're going to send somebody out right now. Please, thank you. But they keep freaking hitting it. They're building something next door and somebody keeps hitting it. They've been out like 4 times to fix it. And it's like, after you guys have got, you know, somebody's dug this thing up accidentally like 4 times now in the past 2 weeks, do you think maybe now you might bury it? Like, honestly, I'm at the point where it's like, I'm about ready to go to the the Home Depot and rent a trenching machine or something and just trench the damn thing a foot down and just go do it myself. I'm starting to get kind of pissed. Like, there's seriously, there's like a 3-foot section where it's just laying on top of the dirt. I'm like, that's a problem. Like, that's why it keeps going. That's why somebody keeps hitting it. Like, you have to actually bury it. That's the problem. Like, hello. Really getting annoying. There's no other fiber provider. I can't get anybody else. I mean, we can get Spectrum, but Spectrum's cable. It's a gigabit down, but it's only 50 megabit up. Like, what the hell am I going to do with 50 megabit? Upload a JPEG? Like, really? Isn't that crazy, though? That, 10, 15 years ago, people had 50 megabit internet up and down, and that was fantastic. Everybody, that was fast. And now people have like 2 or 3 gigabit, and they're complaining about it not being enough. I mean, we have 6, but we're also running a data center. Yeah, TDS does suck. I didn't know they were in Alabama. They're pretty big in Wisconsin. They're like the primary provider for like everything. Yeah, they are. Oh my God, they're bad. The business customer support is horrible. Absolute horrible. Because we could put like Starlink Enterprise like up on the roof, but that's not good for a data. Like that's okay for a backup and for supplemental. But not for a data center because your bandwidth and your speed is fluctuating all the time. But God, I remember when I was a kid and we got 5 megabit internet. It was 5 megabit down and 500 kilobit up. And man, that was fast. Now I don't even think I could open Facebook with that. I mean, yeah, you could, but I mean, shit, if I do a speed test on my cell phone, as long as I'm near a town, I get 200 down, 200 up. It's changed a lot. It's come a long way. I remember when everybody out in the rural areas used to have those like point-to-point links. I know all the schools had it, you know, it basically is just essentially what it was like long-range Wi-Fi, and you got a little power over Ethernet satellite dish, and you pointed it at an antenna somewhere down the road and hope for the best. You might get 20 megabit down, you might get 2 megabit down, and you got what you got, and when it rained, it took a dump. And they charged an arm and a leg for it. And that's what everybody used to have in the rural areas. But, I mean, it's still active, but might as well just get Starlink. You can get Starlink for $50 a month now. They brought the price down. It used to be like 100 something. Now it's $50. For $50, you can get 100 megabit down, 100 megabit up. And that's really good. Might as well just get Starlink. Pay $300 for the dish, throw it on your roof, be done. You know? The problem was with all those like peer sharing internet company, whatever, they were just like they're run like those like point-to-point link internet services. They're usually, not all the time, they're usually run by people who don't have any idea what they're doing. So Lightwire is one of the ones in southern Wisconsin. Bug Tussle's another one. I can tell you Lightwire doesn't have a clue what they're doing, because if you use Wireshark, if you just connect to a Lightwire network, we had one at our house when we moved in. I just unplugged it after I found this out. Just unplugged it. Like, yeah, we don't need that. I thought, I might as well keep it for a backup. Nah, nope, we're gonna unplug that. But if you go into Wireshark and like start looking at IP addresses and stuff, or I mean, I guess you could do it in your network settings, but I always just opened up Wireshark and see, you know, just IP scan. You'll start seeing stuff like Susie's PC and Joe's iPad, and it's like, who the hell is Susie and Joe? It's like, oh shit, those are the neighbors, you know, 2 miles down the road. Oh my god, this is just like freaking double natted or something. Like they just have, oh my god, like everybody's behind the same router. What? Holy shit! Like, what are we doing here? They basically have a router at the point, at the like the access point, and they're just like, here, everybody pick an IP address. LOL. Like, basically everybody's on the same damn network. Like, it is the most unsecure piece of crap ever. Like, holy crap. And that's how you know that it's run by people that don't know what they're doing. It's run by a bunch of like Elmer Fuds that don't actually know what they're doing. They just bought the business from somebody 10 years ago and kept it going. It's like, oh my god, this is terrible. I just issued a severe warning on that one down there south of Peoria, but it's only 60-mile-an-hour winds, nothing major. They just canceled the severe thunderstorm watch, by the way, that was out for Iowa for the back half of this. I still remember when we switched from 3G to 4G back in 2014, was it? Anybody, any US Cellular customers in southern Wisconsin remember when that happened? So US Cellular is a terrible company. And I can tell you that because I worked for it. But they're a terrible, terrible, terrible company. But they, I remember when we got 4G in southern Wisconsin, and oh man, was it a big deal. I remember we got the iPhone too, because they didn't offer the iPhone, which was stupid. But we got the iPhone and we got 4G all in the same month. And wow, we went from 1 megabit down to like 4 megabits down. Oh boy, that was something. I think that was 2014. Yeah, it might have been 15, but it might have even been 2013. 2013 or 2014, one of the two. Had to be one of those two. That's ridiculous. Somebody called the cops because of a suspicious person that's walking down the sidewalk that has earmuffs on and a coat. They're probably not earmuffs, they're probably headphones. That's not a police matter. Why would you call the cops for that? That is ridiculous. Like, what, seriously, like, I think people like that should get a ticket for wasting people's time. Like, literally, that's why she said that's why she called the cops, because she had earmuffs on and a coat. And the caller believes that's suspicious. Are you kidding me? Like, how about, like, mind your own business? Because I almost can guarantee you it's probably headphones. Probably headphones. But, like, really? Like, what is suspicious about that? Like, god dang. Leave people alone, lady. That's why I could never live in town again, ever. Because you deal with crap like that. You always have some old lady calling the cops or whatever because, oh, there's somebody here that's not supposed to be here. Yeah, it's because they're walking down a public sidewalk. Like, that's kind of what it's there for. Like, go do something else. You're literally wasting taxpayer dollars by forcing the cops to investigate something that requires no investigation. Oh, I know. We had one of those. We lived in a small town too, and we had a nightmare neighbor. She was also the landlord. The freaking nightmare neighbor. She also, you know, went to jail for punching a tenant in the face. So that tells you what she is. Yeah, she was a terrible person. Absolutely terrible person. She thought she owned the neighborhood, and she broke into our apartment. We were moving out, and I was in the bathroom, and all of a sudden there was a man in our apartment. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. This might sound over the top, but the man's actually lucky he didn't get shot. If it would have been at night, there might have been an incident because they like broke the door down with a hammer and came in while I was in the bathroom. I legitimately thought somebody was breaking in, and I thought somebody was going to try to kill me. Like, that was the first thing I thought is, oh my god, somebody's going to try to kill me. What the hell? They're honestly very lucky that there wasn't something that would have like that. That was ridiculous. And I called 911. I'm still in the bathroom, and I was like, I think that this might be somebody we know, but I'm like, I said before I go out there and this is what I told her. I think her name's Tori. She's a terrible dispatcher at the Ogle County Sheriff's Department, and she needs to be fired. I actually pushed to try to get something done with her, but I guess they just don't give a shit in that county. But I was on 911 with her. I said, and I was talking quiet. I said, ma'am, if I go out there and this person is threatening or something, I said, I don't want a self-defense incident to take place. I said, I would really like a law enforcement response. I said, I don't know who this is for sure. I said, I think it might be somebody that the landlord sent over, but I said, I said, if I go out there, I'm crossing that line. I said, I'm going to be put in a situation where I might have to defend myself, and I don't want to get in that position. And this guy's still in the apartment. And she goes, sir, my deputies are tied up with an emergency. I said, okay, can you please have one of them, as soon as one's available, start this way? I said, I'm going to just stay in the bathroom with the door locked unless I feel like this guy's going to try to come into the bathroom. I said, I don't really have any more items in the apartment. I said, there's nothing out there that anybody could be stealing. It's like, can you please just send somebody this way? They're at a car accident, sir. This is a civil matter. We know about your landlord already. You've called us. Because I had called him the day before because of another incident. And I said, ma'am, I don't know if this is the fucking landlord. I need a deputy over here. I don't know who this is. There's somebody in my fucking apartment. Like, that is a police matter, not a civil matter. She is a piece of shit. I hate her. 99% sure her name is Tori. It's like Tori Sands or something like that. So she like refused to send me a cop. Oh, that's her on the radio right now. That's her right there. Turn that shit out. That's her right there. But God, she's awful. Yep, that's her right there. But she like wouldn't send a cop, and I'm like, ma'am, you realize what I'm telling you? I'm like, somebody literally just kicked my door in, and I'm in the bathroom, like barricaded in the bathroom, and there's a man in my fucking apartment. I need a cop here. That's what the cops are for. Jesus Christ. And oh my God, she's terrible. Well, she ended up sending a cop. I ended up having to get out of the bathroom because this guy was like going to kick the door down, and like the most dangerous place to be if somebody's hostile is on the other side of a door. Like, so I swung the door open, and like I was ready to get in. Like, I was ready to get into it with this guy, and then I realized it was the landlord's son. And like, I ended up pushing him. I was like, get back, get out of my house. I'm screaming at this guy. I'm like, get out, get back, and I'm pushing him. And I'm like pushing him all the way out to the door. And I'm physically pushing him with both hands, like pushing against it, like shoving this guy out the door. And we get back to the door, they're throwing a fit. Well, apparently she decided to send an officer over. I get a deputy. It's like a 20-year-old punk-ass kid that just got, this sheriff's department is corrupt as fuck, apparently. And a 20-year-old like punk-ass kid. And he goes, do you realize I can arrest you for burglary right now? And I said, no, 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 I am the tenant. We live here. He goes, yeah, but they changed the locks. And I said, I live here. She changed the lock because we said we were moving out on the 1st. It is the 30th. It is not the 1st. She cannot do that. I went in through an unlocked window. That is not burglary. I live here. And he's just throwing it. He's like, I can arrest you. And I remember I got shitty with him. I said, you know what, sir? I hope you do. I said, please arrest me, and I will have your job, and I will have your salary. I will have a hell of a lawsuit. I was pissed. Well, he goes, well, you're not free to leave. And I said, that's fine. I said, I will willfully stand here, not free to leave, so you can go get somebody who knows what they're doing. And I was so shitty to this guy. Calls the supervisor, and he goes, well, it's your lucky day. I guess I can't get you for burglary. I said, you realize I'm the one, I called you. And he goes, yeah, and they say you're not paying the rent. I said, no, 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 no. This is our last month here. I told them we are moving out. We are moving out on the morning of the 1st. That is what they have been told. That is not a situation where I'm not paying rent. And I said, and by the way, if I wasn't paying rent, they would have to go through the courts and evict us. He says, well, you're hereby trespassed. I'm like, I am not trespassed. I effing live here. And this guy, like, I was yelling at this guy. Like, I was belligerent as hell because I was done. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. You are the stupidest cop I have ever met. Well, fast forward, I said, okay, well, I'm going to handle this my way. So I went back down there. I'm like, what is the least path of least resistance to get the few things we have in the apartment left? Because that's why I was down there, was to get those last few things. I said, all right, I'll leave. I'll never be back. I'm hereby trespassed from a place that I live. That's not a legal thing, but whatever. So you know what I did? Midnight, called the sheriff's department. I said, hey, just so you know, I'm a tenant at blah, 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 whatever the address was. I said, I'm going to be retrieving some stuff. We've had issues with the landlord. If you get any calls, this is who I am. I am armed. I have a pistol. It's concealed in my waistband. I said, so if somebody responds and approaches me, I won't touch it, but just so you know, I'm armed. And I said, and this lady is the landlord, but I'm removing my stuff and I'm leaving. And they're like, okay, do you want a deputy to come stand by? I said, no, it won't be necessary. I went in through the same unlocked window. I get my shit, put it out in the road so that if she comes, you know what I mean? So like if she tried whatever, pull out, and then I put it in the truck. And I left. Well, the next day, Nikki's working at the fire station. I don't get along with the guy in charge of that operation. I think he's an idiot. The second in command is the guy who should be running it. Sorry, not sorry. Well, the landlord's son comes up, nearly hits my car, and blocks me in a public because it's the fire station. That is public parking. That is a publicly funded, taxpayer-funded parking lot. So he basically blockades me in. Comes up to my window, puts his hands in my car, and starts screaming at me. I like punched his hand and like rolled the window up, and I'm like, I ain't playing this game. Once again, lucky that there wasn't a self-defense incident. Call 911. Same bitch answers. She ain't happy. She sends me the school resource cop. His name's like Scott Rugberg or something. I'm saying these names because these people should not be serving the public. And I had the law enforcement first responder plates on my car that, you know, if you support like the law enforcement and first responder memorial, they'll send you a license plate. Whatever. I'm like, sure, that's why not. And it's the number, and then it's L/E. Well, apparently he thought that meant it was a law enforcement vehicle because it had L/E on it. Like, you're an idiot. That's important here in a minute, and I'll tell you why. Well, he comes up to my car, and he goes, "Who are you with?" I said, I'm the caller. He goes, "Who are you with?" And I said, myself, I guess. I don't know. And he just like blew a gasket. He goes, "What fucking agency do you work for? Who the fuck do you work for?" And I was like, "Okay, sir, that doesn't matter who I work for." And he goes, "You're in a law enforcement vehicle. It matters." I was like, "This is not a law enforcement vehicle. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, where did you get that impression?" And he's just like blowing a gasket. I'm like, "We're like what?" And he's like, "I see the license plate." I'm like, "Okay." And everybody has like, there's hundreds of people with the same license plate that are EMS, fire, or police that have the same license plate. What the hell is your problem? God dang. And he was just awful, and he left. He was like, well, the parties are separated, so he left, and then they sent this short little cop who apparently is actually a real cop. I think he still works in that county, by the way. Apparently this guy's an actual cop, right? So he comes over to my window, and Mardell, the landlord, and her son are there. And he just like, they start talking to him, and he's like, yeah, I'll talk to you later. And he goes, all right, so what did she do today? And I told him, and he goes, yeah, we have problems with this. Literally word for word, he said, we have problems with this bitch all the time. I was like, oh, really? He goes, oh, yeah, she's like, he's like, all of her tenants call on her. Like, oh, okay. And he goes, well, do you want to press any charges? I said, I don't think I really have any charges. And he's like, yeah, he's like, I mean, you might. He's like, he did put his hands in your car. He was aggressive. And I said, well, I mean, I don't really want to go to court. I was like, because it's a stretch. And he's like, you're right, it's a stretch, but like, yeah, just fuck it. Well, he went over there to talk to them. And like, she was demanding that he tell me to roll my window up. And he's like, well, I can't legally tell him to roll his window up because we were next to each other. And she's like, well, you need to ask him. And he turns around and he goes, are you willing to roll up your window? I said, no, not really. I want to listen to this. And he goes, okay. And she's like, that's bullshit. And he goes, I can't tell him to roll his window up. Like, I can't lawfully order a citizen to roll their window up in a parking lot. And like, he's messing with this bitch at this point. He is messing with her hard. And he flat out told her, he goes, Mrs. Harms, you are constantly having the police called on you by your tenants. Do you think that maybe you're the problem? And oh my God, she just lost it. And he goes, if you have any more contact with this individual, you're going to be arrested. He goes, you need to stay away from him. He has done nothing illegal. He goes, I cannot charge him with burglary. And he's just like, you need to stay away from him. And if you call him or text him on the phone, he is going to call me back. And we're going to and he will probably be pressing harassment charges. He's like, so you need to leave this gentleman alone and never contact him ever again unless you want to go to jail. He goes, because if I am working, I'm going to arrest you and take you to the jail. And I was like, well, thank you. At least there is a decent cop in this damn county. But what pissed me off is there you've got the damn fire chief and they're watching this guy nearly like reach in there and try to like start a fight, and he's just sitting at his desk watching on his phone. I'm like, thanks for coming out here, Chief. Appreciate that, Chad. Thanks for diffusing the situation. Thanks, bud. Thanks for being a public servant. Thanks for calling the cops, too. Thanks for just sitting there and watching somebody potentially get the shit beat out of them in the parking lot. I'll remember that next time. Have a good one. Fucking asshole. But anyway, I don't know. I am just, that whole situation. So some of you guys know that when we pass through the area, we stop. And we honk the horn when we go by her house. That's why. Because I'm saying hello to her. But yeah, she is nuts. That lady's nuts. And she went to jail like 2 months after this happened. She went to jail because they arrested her. The same cop, actually, arrested her because they owned a house that they rented in Monroe Center, Illinois, which is on I-39. We'll be going through it. And they owned a house out there that they rented. And she went out there to like self-evict the tenants. I guess the story was the tenant, as the same thing, the tenants were moving out. And she thought that she could just say, well, you have to move out sooner and kick them out even though they paid rent for the month. Well, she went over there and to like self-evict them. And she got into the fight with this guy, and I guess she just decked the guy in the nose. Like, punched him right in the face. And they called the cops, and the cops showed up, and they arrested Mardell for punching the tenant in the face. And I was like, oh, wow. Well, I guess I wasn't the only one that had problems with her. Ah! Hackerson knows Chad. Where are you from, dude? Yeah, and I'm not trying to like shit all over the guy. It just really pisses me off because really, and I can say this because I don't work on that fucking department. Corey's the one that should have that job, and we all know it. I mean, Corey's Corey, but Corey should have that job. You know, the assistant chief should have that job. I think everybody knows that. But yeah, Chad caused me some hell and some drama, and I'm not a big fan because some of you guys don't know that like I was pretty involved in that county with emergency management and such for a while there, and that guy caused me some drama and it really irritated me. Oh, you're from Oregon? Yeah. I got so tired of that freaking shithole mess. But yeah, no, that really pissed me off. That, you know, I'm sitting there in the parking lot with this guy that's like literally trying to bust my window out, and there you've got a public official that's literally just sitting there watching. I'm like, call the fucking cops! Like, Jesus Christ. Like, I need some cops. Like, hello. But no, that little short dude with the sheriff's department that came out, he wasn't, like, he renewed my faith about him because, like, I like Brian Van Vickle, the sheriff. I just don't know what's going on with the deputies and that damn Tory lady. Like, I don't know what was going on with them though that week, but the little short dude that they sent out, he wasn't taking her shit. I thought it was hilarious. He's like, Mrs. Harms, all of your tenants call the police on you. Do you think you might be the problem? Like, I thought that was hilarious. Rob, Carrie, you might have. You guys are the same age. Yeah, I like Corey. So Corey and I, when I lived in town, and it's interesting that you knew what town I was talking about, which means that you must know some backstory here. I used to live like a block away, a block and a half, 2-3 blocks away from Corey, and I couldn't go out of town without Corey knowing it. And every time I'd go out of town, he'd pick up the radio. Where are you going? But I always got along with Corey. I actually think he deserved the job, honestly. I've always liked Corey. I've known him for quite a while. You were by those apartments you used to live in next to the Red Apple? I was never in those ones by the Red Apple. I was in the one, we were by the bowling alley. I think those ones by the Red Apple are dumps, aren't they? Maybe, I can't remember. Maybe they remodeled them. God, I haven't been to the Red Apple for a while either. Matt, I don't know if you saw it, but Officer Window Tint from New Glarus PD got a job as the Darlington police chief, and I guess he drove his car into a wall drunk in Monroe and got arrested. So we won't be getting any more window tint tickets for a while. So I guess New Glarus is safe now. They got rid of the window tint cop. He was the guy that wrote me all the window tint tickets. But that was a long time ago, I guess. Yeah, your ambulance is all messed up over there now. I don't know if you're following any of that, but freaking Christy Mueller, the ambulance chief, I think was doing some fraud. Not good. So they dumped the contract with them, got Belleville basically. And I don't know, somehow they're still hanging on. They're going out for some calls, I guess, but man, what a mess. The fire department in New Glarus is really good. They've always been really good. I think they had a big hand in fixing the ambulance issue. I'm actually surprised the fire department didn't just get an ambulance and take it over, honestly. Probably could have. But yeah, that's a good fire department. Nice people on that one. Well, shit, Kerry fixes the damn, fixes one of the, I think he's got to be the deputy chief or something, or assistant chief or something now. Shit, he was working on his car the one time, or his truck the one time I was over there, so if Kerry likes them, then they must be decent. Oh no, I know, we support police over here, it's just, that county, man, I tell you, I'll call out bad cops when I see them, but no, the majority of them are good, I agree. We support. We support. There's actually a lot of good fire departments in the area. It's not so political in Wisconsin. Like, Northern Illinois is very political with the fire departments, but like Southern Wisconsin's really, maybe it's because there's more volunteer departments, I'm not sure, but I know Monroe had some serious issues, and then they actually ended up splitting, so there's now like a township fire department that's separate from the city that I guess everybody defected to. But like New Glarus and Monticello, and like you go up like Argyle, Blanchardville, like Belleville, Brooklyn, Oregon, like all those like small fire departments and stuff, they've always been really good and had really good people up there at all of them. No politics involved either, it seems like, just really nice. I don't know who that is. I tell you what though, when Monroe Fire had that, and this was a couple years ago that they split, but I guess there was some issues where I guess a lot of the townships that contracted Monroe to come out and put out fires basically, I guess they weren't happy with financials or something. It was a financial thing. Like, it wasn't like a fraud thing. It was just like they weren't happy with finances or something. And they said, well, screw it. We'll just make our own fire department. And they did. And a lot of people left Monroe to go be on the township fire department. And they really struggled. The city of Monroe, Wisconsin, you guys could go look it up. The city of Monroe bullied them. They got a fire station. It used to be a bakery. They bought a fire station on the east side of town over there by Don's Towing and Taco Bell. They bought that old bakery thing over there. And because it had like loading docks and they converted it into like a warehouse. Like it worked out really well for them. Well, they bought it. Well, the city of Monroe went after them and tried to force them out and sue them because they said it wasn't zoned for a fire station. It was zoned for commercial, not zoned for fire station. And it's like, are you kidding me? You're gonna harass the volunteer fire department over a zoning conflict? So the fire department got a lawyer, and the lawyer was like, keep in mind with your tax money, so the city of Monroe is forcing them to waste your tax money. And the lawyer's like, well, let's just change the zoning to zone it for fire station. The city of Monroe said, no, we're not gonna do that. Tell me that's not politics, because any other city would have said, yep, let's do it. Get a permit, let's do it. They had to fight and fight and fight, and they finally got it fixed. What a shit show. The reason that the city, what was determined was the city attorney for the zoning board said that you can have your fire trucks and stuff there, but it becomes a fire station when you respond to emergencies from it. But you can store them there, and it's not a zoning issue. You can park them there, but it's a zoning issue when you leave the driveway with the lights on. I'm like, oh, for God's sakes. Like, why are you bullying the volunteer fire department? Like, seriously? Leave them alone. And I get it. You know, if there is a zoning issue, you can fix it. But they, like, refused to fix it. Like, they were like, nope, you got to go somewhere else. You can't do it. It was terrible. They finally fought, and they got it figured out. But it's like, why? Like, why do you, like, why? Like, it's the goddamn volunteer fire department. Like, they're the last people that you're supposed to give a hard time to. But yeah, they really had a hard time getting going because they basically had hand-me-down equipment. They didn't have any money, but they made it work. They've actually got some really decent equipment now, it looks like. They came a long way, but it's sad that they had to do that. It's freaking politics, man. It's stupid. Very stupid. Stop and get some gas here. You know, like, when it comes to leaving people alone and not having conflicts, like the volunteer fire department, like, should be the one thing that's immune to that. Like, leave them alone. Like, these people aren't getting paid to put out your fire. Like, of all the people in local government and stuff that should be left alone, like, it's really them. And it's too bad. Very hostile. I'm not a big fan of the city of Monroe. Monroe, it's kind of where I grew up, and honestly, it's actually a nice place. Like, it's not a bad place to live or anything. It's just the politics and the know-it-alls, and like they're like HOA Nazis, even though there's no HOAs. It's just like it's that mentality where it's like, oh well, who are you? I need to know who you are. I need to see your credentials there if you live in my city. And it's like, oh my God. Always fighting, and it's politics. It's the damn politics. Like, I've seen some bad fire departments. You know, I mean, I've been around a lot, and I've seen some really bad ones. But for every bad one, there's about 20 good ones. It's just shitty because it seems like the good ones are the ones that always end up getting put through the ringer to make anything happen. You know, nobody ever wants to give the fire department any money. You know, and running a fire department's very expensive. Very expensive. And sometimes it's way more expensive than it should be. I get it, but I'm telling you, man, some of these like city boards and stuff, they just won't give them any money. They always say next year, next year, next year, and there's never a next year. Signal dropped there and went under the canopy. Hang on. It'll come back. Yeah, I didn't know that Platteville got a new building for the fire department, but that was long overdue because that building was like from what, like 1905 or something. They needed that for the past 30 years. That place was bad. I don't even know where the new one's at. I saw that on Facebook, but I don't even know where they built it. I mean, there's not a lot of places that could. I'm assuming they built it outside of town. I haven't paid any attention to what's happened out in that area ever since I left it, because I haven't really given a crap. But that was all news to me until I saw it the other day. But they needed it. I know they desperately needed equipment for the longest time too, because I mean, they had people showing up in personal vehicles and stuff with fire equipment because they couldn't get trucks to start. Shit like that. I mean, I remember we went to it was a trailer on fire out just barely outside of town or something or whatever. I remember there was they couldn't get like 2 vehicles to start. Or like one started and then died when they were pulling it out the door, and then the other one just wouldn't start, and they like threw a bunch of water extinguishers in the back of Greg Simmons's Explorer and just brought those out and started dumping fire extinguishers on this thing. And I'm like, oh, that's okay. Make do with what you got to do, but it's not their fault. Like, they had junk. I mean, it's like Platteville neglected that fire department so bad. I mean, it's that building. I mean, that building was terrible. I'm gonna run in real quick. I'll be right back.
Transmitter provided by the Northern Illinois University Department of Environmental Health and Safety. The current time is 12:46 Central Daylight Time. Now here is the hazard outlook for North Central and Northwest. For this afternoon and tonight, weather hazards expected: elevated thunderstorm risk with an associated level 1 of tornado risk, level 2 of damaging wind risk up to 60 miles per hour. Level 1 of large size. Risk. Discussion. There is a chance of thunderstorms this afternoon, and some of these storms could be severe with primarily a damaging wind threat mainly south of the Aventura to Rensselaer line. Showers and thunderstorms are expected across tonight and are likely to locally heavy rainfall that may lead to flooding. At this time, the heaviest rainfall is expected to occur generally south of the Forest of Illinois to Valparaiso, Indiana line. And now the extended outlook for the period Friday through Wednesday. Friday and Saturday, elevated flooding risk. Limited thunderstorm risk with an associated level 1 of 5 severe thunderstorm risk. Thunderstorm risk. Tuesday night and Wednesday, limited thunderstorm risk. Discussion. An active weather pattern is expected to persist into the periodic shower and thunderstorm chances. These showers and storms will be producing torrential rainfall at times. Flooding. Fodder information statement. Fodders may be needed this afternoon within a region mainly south of Aventura to Rensselaer Elite. General storm motion of the day, moving towards the southeast at 25 to 35 miles per hour. At noon at Decatur Airport, it was the temperature was 7 degrees. And the relative humidity was 100%. The wind was southwest at 3 miles an hour. The pressure was 30.01 inches and steady. Elsewhere around the area, here are some observations from around the Midwest. Helene, a thunderstorm was reported with a temperature of falling with a temperature of 73 at Rockford, 73 at Peru, and 72 at Madison, Wisconsin. At Rochelle, drizzle was falling with a temperature of 72. At West Chicago, it was mostly sunny with a temperature of 76. It was cloudy with a temperature of 72.
I don't know what that guy was doing.
72 at Sterling, 75 at Morris, 76 at...
That was weird. And he's like sitting there like parked like he wanted to pull that guy's spot, and then I don't know. Okay, well, back north we go. Yeah, this is just a mess. So they actually, they did put a severe watch out for like the Bloomington area. But there's a couple of warnings down there for like the same part of the storm. And it's for 60 mile an hour winds. It doesn't really look like that big of a deal down there. I don't think. I think dumping that was the right call. I really do. Yeah, it doesn't look very good on radar. I'll try to get an updated radar scan here. Starlink's going to take a second to reconnect, but I think dumping that was the right call. It don't look too good. They actually put the severe thunderstorm watch into Indiana, so for a line of counties, but so they're obviously thinking that this line's gonna keep going for a ways. I mean, it doesn't look terrible right now. It's just definitely wouldn't have been worth another 3 hours or whatever south. Okay, I don't know what you're doing because you have the right of way. Appreciate that, but that's okay. I have a stop sign. I have to stop. I don't know what's going on. That was weird. Yeah, they got a big severe warning out down there that covers most of it. 60 mile per hour wind.
Morris is 39 northbound at the 3920 exchange. Blue 4-door sedan with a trunk up. Blue 4-door sedan, trunk up. Secure the retire station.
Yeah, we're in Rochelle. South side of Rochelle. Just a long, steady rain up here. It looks like it's probably going to continue for a while, too. jump on 39 here. Kind of a mess of severe thunderstorm warnings down there. There's like a bunch of them on top of each other. Yeah, this has been a daily thing since Monday? Tuesday? Apparently, this month we only stream in the mornings. I don't know, this wasn't a bad one though. I mean, that was worth it, I guess. I mean, it was only 2.5 hours down there. It wasn't that bad. I mean, if I would have missed it, I wouldn't be crying. But I don't know, the lightning hitting the power line, I mean, that was actually pretty, that made it worth it. That was pretty cool. So, I'll give it that. But even when nothing exciting's happening, it's still worth it. I mean, it's only a few hours, so. Maybe we'll get a break tomorrow. I don't know. It really does look like maybe Kansas. It could be maybe tomorrow afternoon, maybe Kansas City area. And then stuff will move east across northern Missouri, southern Iowa. So we'll have to pay attention to that. Make a call in the morning, I guess. Yeah, this whole mess of storms came from basically what started in Nebraska last night, I think. We'll have to watch later on. Some of the model runs of HRRR earlier did suggest maybe a second round that could kind of rejuvenate over the Wisconsin-Illinois state line, maybe about 6 to 8 p.m. I don't think that's actually going to happen, but we probably should pay attention just in case it does. So I'm not, there's a chance we could be going after that later. It smells terrible out here. I don't know why. It seriously smells like a wet dog out here. I don't know what the heck is on fire or what. Something's really bad. So anyway, I guess our little line, actually our line of storms is almost like turning into more of a blob. Kind of evolving into a little bit of a blob. It's definitely a little more organized now though, than it was the past couple of hours. Probably because it's moving into some air that's been heated up a little bit. It's a little more unstable. A little more energy for it out there. Which I think we kind of expected. I think that's why the SPC held off on that watch for a while. Probably wanted to see how it was going to do before they issued one. Which makes sense. I am ready for a more eventful event though. You know, like back out in the plains with an actual storm. That would be cool. Hopefully soon. Maybe in a couple of days, by the way it looks. It's been a while. We're due for it. I guess yesterday out in western Nebraska was pretty good. Some pretty good pictures coming from that one out there. So, should have been there, but that's okay. We were too busy with this crap over here. Well, this might be the most boring drive I'll take for a while because I got like an hour and a half more of this crap. All right, yay. Let's do it. I am kind of tired of the crappy weather in the mornings. It's been nice out though, at least up in Wisconsin. Like the last couple of days, it's ended up being very nice out in the afternoon. Oh, by the way, do you guys want Apple Watch compatibility with the app? Because I'm beta testing that on my watch right now. That's coming soon too. Forgot to tell you guys that. That should be out within like a week or two. Android watches, it's going to be a little while yet because I don't have one. So I can't develop an app for something I don't have. So I have to go buy a freaking Android watch, and I don't want to spend $500 right now because I have way better things to spend $500 on. So the Android watch is that's gonna wait. That'll come later this year. I do have an Apple Watch. I'm testing. It's working really good. Yeah, you can still get notifications on your watch, but I'm talking about like the actual app function. I'm working on CarPlay and Android Auto. It's going to be a while, but I'm working on it. Everybody's been asking about that lately. I bet we're going to have some kind of swollen and elevated creeks and streams out here. This is a pretty steady rain. It's probably been raining out here for like the past 2 hours. And it's probably going to rain out here for the next, probably the next 2 hours. So, it's pretty steady rain. I feel like I got a job in Illinois and I've been going to work every morning and coming home. It's just, that's what it feels like. It's just been up and down this road the same way all freaking week at the same time. So the suggestion about putting the GPS like directions in it, we actually support that right now. Like that's actually a feature. It's just not open to the public because it's very expensive. So we have to do it through Mapbox navigation, but it's expensive to me. And I don't really have an income stream through the app because it's free. We rely on basically the super chats and all that other stuff. So until I find a way to kind of, that's where like third party like sponsors and businesses that want to work with us are going to come into play. But once I find a way to get some money coming in, that'll be released as well, where you can actually put your driving directions in there. Because we have it, we support it. It gets expensive because you have to run that back through Mapbox before it gets to the user. There's actually a lot that we can do that's not public yet because of cost. I think what we need to do is, I think Project Weather Eye, I think we need to get somebody, probably somebody who doesn't exist yet, and we'll find them. We'll find them through Craigslist or somewhere that's not Twitter. Find a good person who's good on camera, that wants to do this, and they don't have to be a weather expert. Just find somebody who's good enough that can kind of interact with the audience, look at radar, disseminate information, because they can always get on the phone or text or radio or whatever, one of us that is an expert on weather for clarification. Like, they need to know about the weather, but they don't need to be an expert. And be like, oh, hey, I'm not sure on this. Let me ask one of the people out there that does. And then I think we need to have that streamed into the app. Or we need to stream it on another, on a separate stream or something. And then we get this person to basically use Radar Omega and our app. And we really just promote the living hell out of both of them. Because that's what the other YouTubers do. And I think we can do a better job than those two guys because, well, we're real people, not robots. Or douchebags. I mean, I'm kind of a douchebag, but whatever. I think that might be, phase 2 of all this. Obviously, still run the streams the way we do, but I'm talking about in addition, have another stream running to really kind of boost that engagement with the stuff. That might be a way to get some income coming in. We just kind of got to get it boosted up a little bit. It's really hard because I don't have... It's not that we're out of money. I mean, we wouldn't be spread thin if we didn't choose to be spread thin, but the only way that we can do this is to be spread thin. And part of the reason is because we have to do so much to have something ready. For example, like I have to have 1,000 instruments ready for next year, by the end of March. And that means we have to spend all the money on that right now because I can't build them as we go because we don't have time for that. And it's like, well, we got to spend all the money on this now, and then you're low on money, and then you get money, and so then we got to spend it all on that and something else. We don't have that luxury of just spreading it out, if that makes sense, because we have to do so much at a time. It's getting easier, I'm finding. Like we're meeting less resistance now that we're getting more into this. Like everything's not a pushback anymore. Like you're not fighting something constantly. Like it's getting better. Like this is a positive thing here. Things are looking more positive now. But it's just constant. It used to be constant pushback on everything, and it's not anymore. Gonna have to stop at Walmart. I don't know if I want to stop at Janesville or if I just want to go to Stoughton. It's more of a question of which traffic light do I want to sit at. Stoughton might be a little bit quicker, but I think Janesville's easier to get to, so I don't have to go through town to get to that one. What the hell is this guy sitting there with his lights on for? What's going on? Some moron running the ditch and we didn't see him or what? Who knows? Once I get out of this traffic, I'll have to take a look at HRRR, see if we got any insight on how today might play out. Yeah, it looks like that little complex of storms is through Bloomington now. It's really not moving that fast, but I don't think that's going to cause much for flooding. I know that some of those areas down there have gotten a lot of rain, but I don't think any of this is really going to be a flooding problem. If anything, maybe these areas south of Rockford all the way down to Bloomington along I-39 maybe, just because it's been raining so long and so steady here, but I don't think there's going to be any like big problems. God, I can't wait for this construction to be done. I'm so tired of this. And we're just stopping. That's cool. Awesome. That's definitely how like 20 car pileups start. Awesome. Well, something must be messed up, or construction. I don't think it's straight. I think all the construction on the other side, but something bad must have happened up here. How much do you want to bet? How much do you want to bet that there's a guy with a flat tire on the other side of the divided highway, way over there, and it's people slowing down to look at him? $10. Or there's a cone that got blown over and it's in the wrong lane. What in the hell is going on? I mean, it looks like traffic's moving up ahead, so there's got to be something between us and up here. This guy's got a New Hampshire license plate. He's a ways from home. We're moving again. I don't see like anybody broke down or anything, so I don't know what we stopped for. No idea. And there's nothing. There's nothing in the road. Nothing. That was weird. Well, who knows? We'll never know, I guess. Hello. Hello. Oh, hold on a minute. Well, either your phone or mine's broken. I don't know which. Oh, okay. Okay, well, I guess phone just doesn't work. That's cool. And now my watch is ringing, but my phone's not ringing. How about now? Oh, okay. Yeah, it's good now. Where are you at? Oh, yeah. Yeah. I don't know what that was all about because there was nothing in the road and I was like at the beginning of the pack. I don't know if somebody just forgot how to drive or what. Yeah, no, I know. I'm waiting for the 20 car pile up here. It's about to be coming. Yeah, you can stand out in it. All right, I didn't pass you already, did I? I don't think so. I don't know. See, it's raining so damn hard, I can't even tell what the hell mile marker I'm at. I don't remember if I went under the bridge or not. Because I usually see the damn Costco. Oh, no, I haven't gone by yet. No, I don't think so. Yeah, I was going to say it's behind. Like, I know there's so much damn spray, I couldn't even tell which the hell freaking exit it was. But... yeah, I figured. Yeah, I think it's still 2 exits up. No, I don't think I did. I kind of spaced out there. It's like, I don't even know. Because I did that shit earlier, too, driving down there. I was like, oh, I'm going to stop up here and get gas. It was so damn foggy, I drove right by the gas station. Oh, yeah, you're the next exit. Yeah, it says I'm not even to 13 yet. Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, I'm just now at 13 3/4, so. All right, see ya. It's raining so much spray, I can't even tell where I'm at on the road, you know? Kind of lose track of where you're at. It's not even raining that hard, it's just the spray from the trucks. There's a lot of traffic out here. Yeah, I'm hoping we don't end up with a freaking wreck somewhere out here. I brought the idiot drivers with.
Can't hear you.
I brought your favorite drivers with.
Who's that?
I don't know, whoever these idiots were that just stopped in the road. How late do you work?
Let me move over so I can hear you. We gotta stop meeting like this.
How late do you work? What? That's all I had to put on. I'm dying today.
You get anything good down there?
This is rain.
My sister's in Bloomington. She said it was booming and banging, but nothing.
It looks good now, but it was shit for a while. It's probably gonna be shit too, but it's gonna be non-stop rain all day.
I can hear you in my right ear and my left ear.
Yeah, I'm done with this crap. It's been the past, what, 3 or 4 days.
Well, tomorrow's my last day on this shift.
Is
I'll be
it?
back on regular days after that. So if you see me out there, I'll probably be doing something other than this.
Is this not regular days?
Huh?
Is this not regular days? No.
I'm filling in for somebody that's on vacation. So I'm on duty from noon to 8.
Yeah. I don't know, man.
Well, no Archer today?
What?
The guy in your chat from yesterday, he's not here today?
Oh, was that idiot? Well, I can't keep track because I've...
Yeah. Thought they were calling me.
As I say, I kicked a few people out today. I kicked a few out today.
I get a kick out of it. I was just sitting there watching. I was like, oh, this is going to be good.
So that happens when you sit in the basement all day.
Huh?
It's when you sit in mom's basement all day that happens.
Oh, yeah.
Has it been busy? Well, you just started, didn't you?
Dude,
Yeah.
you know not to say that. You jinxed me the other day. We pulled out of that toll plaza.
Yeah, I know, I passed him.
We pulled out of that toll plaza and everything went to hell in a handbasket.
Well, I passed the guy with the tire blown out.
Yeah. 3 tire changes, a wreck. Like, thanks, dude.
Yeah, there was one on 22 when I got past. I was like, well, that's not his problem at least, but... Yeah, she somehow shredded her tire on her Honda and it was in the other lane.
You what?
Somehow she de-treaded her tire off of her Honda and it was in the other lane.
You should have seen me yesterday. I had a commercial van. You know that flyover ramp that you just went over? He was right before that. So where like you can go to the right and get on 90 East, or you go the 2 lanes, go up over and get onto this. He was right there. And he pulled off into the grass with a blown tire. He's like, oh, I just need a jack. I'm like, bro, you're in the grass.
Yeah.
It's a 10,000-pound van.
You're gonna put a hole in the
What do you
think's
think's gonna happen when I put my jack underneath your truck? So it's not gonna pick the van up. It's gonna push the. Well, he goes, I can't get my spare tire out either. I'm like,
It sounds like you need a tow truck.
it's about to get real expensive. Why is that? Because you need a tow truck, and I ain't it.
No. Nope, can't do shit about that. Well, I'm gonna go to Walmart and get a bunch of drugs.
Walmart?
Walmart. I gotta go drug myself on Tylenol or something. I'm dying. I need Tylenol. Like a bottle of Tylenol. I also need wasp spray. I gotta kill some wasps. Oh, dude. Oh, fuck. I got it. God damn it. Wow, what a guy. Shit, thanks. God. Freaking lifesaver, man.
I got ibuprofen if you'd rather.
Don't matter. I have to alternate them because I'm taking so much shit anyway, probably. But... I don't know, man. Dude, I bought a bottle like this big a year ago and I just ran out.
I started taking, what is it? Bear.
Yeah.
Bear Back and Body. It's got a little shot of caffeine in it too, so.
Yeah, I've had good luck with that stuff.
I'm allergic to NutraSweet.
Really?
Any kind of artificial sweeteners. So if I have something, it gives me a dilapidating migraine. Like I gotta lock myself in a cold, dark room for like 4 hours to get it gone.
Well, that's pointless then. So, crepes.
Right now, my head feels like somebody hit me with a dump truck.
Yeah, I woke up with a sinus infection. I'm just like, what the hell?
Same here.
It's terrible.
It's all through here.
It's once every 3 months, all the time. I hate it.
Oh, with the amount of traveling you do and all the different environmental allergens you're exposed to.
Probably.
One day you're standing in a field in Colorado looking at abandoned farms getting yelled at, and the next day I saw that, I was like, are you serious?
She was pissed.
Yeah.
I live streamed the phone call and everything.
I know, I was watching. I get a notification. I'm on your Discord server. I know when you're going live. People are going to start thinking I'm stalking you.
No, you're the original, so. I need a name tag, WD-40, right there.
I'm going to get a t-shirt with that logo on it. Were you with me when we went? Yeah, it was you. Didn't you go with me to the Hamfest when we met Jimmy and I handed him the little can of WD-40? Were you there?
That poor bastard didn't know what to
He
think.
didn't know what it was.
To this day, he has no idea that was us. Like, in your garage that night. Somebody check and make sure that's not a valid call sign. Jesus Christ.
I tell you what, that WD-40,
God, I'll never forget that guy. No, that's something you put on squeaky doors. He's like, are you sure?
That call sign's pretty slick, ain't it? Oh, I'm getting too slap happy with this crap.
Well, it gets boring otherwise. Alright, well, I'm going to go to Quick Trip and Walmart.
Quick Trip, huh?
Hopefully this shit kicks in before I get there.
Should.
But,
I was actually thinking about heading up to the one in Beloit.
were you?
Or South Beloit.
That one sucks, dude.
It's brand new.
I know, but it sucks.
Is there any Quick Trip that you actually like?
Yeah. The one on,
I bet you the Mountain Dew fountain works in South Beloit.
I said something to the manager the other day, and I was like, I am not trying to be this guy. I said, but are you ever going to fix that? And he goes, what's wrong with it? And I said, I've got a log of all the days it didn't work. He goes, oh, nobody said anything. And I was like, dude, you're killing me. I said, I hate the stuff out of the bottle. And he's like, it leaks. And I went over and I showed him. He goes, oh, no shit, I'll call somebody. So I guess the workers have just been like not giving a shit. He's like, I had no idea. I'm like, it's been broke for 3 months, dude.
You're always talking about wanting a corporate sponsor, bro. That should be it. You should be sponsored by Quick Trip and Mountain Dew.
Yeah, and I'll like quality check the stores.
Right.
You know?
Like mystery shopper, auditor, whatever you.
That's what I'm saying.
Dude, you should get that thing decked out, man. Make that truck look like a freaking NASCAR.
Oh, yeah, we can put them right on the back window. Quick Trip.
Big old Mountain Dew fucking logo.
I'd do it. I love Quick Trip. They're letting me down. I don't know, man. Christ. Shit.
I never did take a look at that the other day. I think I know what it is now. I'm just getting ideas for my own when I build the truck.
I'll help you with it.
And now that I got a working phone number for you, I don't have to chase you down on the highway.
Well, the problem is half the damn time, because I've got so many of them, like the do not disturb carries over and shit. But a couple of times I'll lose a phone number because like some of them are prepaid and shit, and I'll forget that they exist, and then I'll lose a number. But
Now, do you have like one of the, what is it, a multi-band router? Is that why you have so many phones? Does it switch carriers?
I got rid of that because there's more problems than it was.
So you just run Starlink?
Yeah. Because I just had more problems with that streaming than I did anything else. Because it would like get stuck on one and then it wouldn't
Switch over?
Right, and then you'd have to force reboot everything. You had to babysit it. It was really a pain in the ass.
I don't know, the first thing about streaming, I've just been buying stuff up. I bought a a 16 megapixel camera,
Well,
like an actual like Canon.
I mean, if it's something you want to mess with, I'll help you. I mean, we'll figure it out. It's not.
I'd like to.
Yeah, we'll figure something out. I mean,
Doing this for a living, I'm on call 24/7 from October 15th to April 15th.
I figured.
For snow, so it's like. But I miss chasing.
I bet.
The last time I chased was when we were in. When I ran into you a long time ago down there on Route 64.
5 years ago,
Yeah.
5 or 6. Yeah, because that was Sycamore, and there's like 9 tornadoes down there.
Yeah.
Anniversary of that was the other day.
That was the closest I had ever been to one in my vehicle.
Yeah.
'Cause I mean, we were driving along, it was like 50 yards away in the field, because it hit that little house there.
That's right.
You can still see the damage trough from Fairdale on 39. If you, I think it's by the 116 mile marker. If you look off into the trees, there's a big V in the woods.
Yeah, so you can see it from 251 too.
Yeah.
But
Well, that guy never cleaned up that farm.
no, they
just over silo and.
No, but I see they must have shoved it all in a pile this year because it was scattered all over the field. Now it's in a pile, so they must have shoved it.
In a couple of years,
But yeah, I mean, last year it was just where it left it.
Grub Stakers, like I said the last time, that place was leveled.
Right.
I delivered all of their, when they rebuilt, I delivered all their furniture and glassware and everything.
Yeah.
There's a couple of European guys in tracksuits and big gold necklaces running the place now.
Really?
You here for a pickup?
No shit.
No.
A little different now.
Yeah.
God, that was a
Very
day.
nice.
That was a day, man. Never forget, Eric called me. I'm in Cedar Rapids. And I'm like, well, you're in the wrong spot.
Right.
It's like, can I make it? I'm like, no, dude. It just smoked like basically Rochelle to Fairdale, dude. He's like, you think I can make it? I'm like, no, you're like 5 hours away. It's like, I'm in my DHL van. I'm like, well, you better floor it.
I mean, unless that thing does mock Jesus, you ain't getting here in time.
That was every damn storm. I'm in my DHL van.
Well, I spent. So the next day after Fairdale, I got deployed down there with Operation Barbecue Relief.
I forgot about that.
I was down there for like 4 days cooking.
That's right. I forgot about that.
We got to go, like, we were distributing food in the town. The only devastation I've seen like that was when I was young and I was in the Plainfield tornado. Back in, like, what was it, 90?
90, yeah.
Yeah. Dad and I were actually at a hardware store in Plainfield.
Really?
When that tornado hit.
Yeah.
We missed, like, if we would have been about 2 blocks away from where we were, I probably wouldn't be here right now. That's what started my chasing, like my passion for weather, was seeing that tornado.
Oh, this was yeah, Plainfield and this. I mean, these were the disasters.
I don't remember,
So
did they designate Plainfield a 5 or was that a 4?
I actually don't know.
I don't remember. I know Fairdale was a 4.
Yeah, by like a mile an hour. Yeah, that was a big thing.
There was 2 fatalities in Fairdale. I was an officer at the American Legion through the Sons of the American Legion.
Yeah.
We had a breakfast once a month on Sunday. My wife comes up to me and she goes, I got 2 people that you need to meet. I said, oh yeah? So the 2 people that passed away, these were their widows.
No shit.
And now they're together. So one guy lost his wife, the other gal lost her husband. Those 2,
Wow.
I shouldn't
Okay.
say they were together, but they were at they hang out together and they're like, I mean, it was the sweetest old couple, but they're like, yeah. But they wanted to say thank you, and I was like, for what? And he goes, you make great barbecue. I was like, holy crap.
God, it was so long ago. I mean, it wasn't, but it seems, I mean, this, wow. It's hard to believe.
Sorry, I thought I had a tick.
Oh, I hate them things.
You get
Crazy.
the guys that go out and do all the roadside work, and then they get into the trucks. So, like, we've got one truck we call the Tickmobile. Because it doesn't matter what you do. If you get in that truck, you'll get a tick on you.
Yeah, I hate that. God dang. Wow, 130.
130. Best stuff ever.
I carry a big one in the back.
This is 100% deep. Like one little squirt of this and you rub it on your arms and one on the back of your neck. I'd never have anything come anywhere near me.
I have a bad reaction to that stuff, but sometimes I don't care, and I'll put it on anyway if it's that bad.
If you have a reaction to bug spray, Jake, try getting permethrin for your clothes. You spray it on your clothes, let it dry, and then it's...
Yeah.
They gave us some goofy version of it that didn't work, but one of my buddies is still in the National Guard, so he gets me like the military grade shit that comes in a big pump bottle.
Yeah.
Oh, dude.
Yeah, no EPA regulation.
Yeah, like, I don't know if it's permethrin or Agent Orange, but this one, I don't know, maybe if I grow a third nipple out.
Yes. Christ. Oh, shit. Well, I'm gonna go,
You have Discord?
Do I?
Snow Angel wants to know.
Oh. Well, we do somewhere. I don't know how we use it, but we got it somewhere. Christ.
I think my thing is the same thing on Discord.
I'm pretty sure it is.
My kid had to show me how to use that because he's on it all the time with his video games.
I figured.
Like, you're on Discord, aren't you? He goes, yeah, why, Dad? Come here, show me how to do it.
Gotta do what you gotta do. Alright, well, I'm gonna haul ass and go to Walmart, make my rounds, go to work. So.
When are you gonna be launching again?
I don't know. I gotta go build some of that shit today, so. If I don't go back out, I mean, we might have something later, but.
Think we'll get it?
No. Maybe.
I seen they called for a possibility later on.
Right. Yeah, I don't know, but I'm gonna watch it, so. I might run across you again.
Still have us in that, Oh, I didn't even see the Mesa discussion around us anymore.
No. No, this shit's done. For now, anyway.
We'll have fun.
Hey, you too.
Be safe.
Yeah. Change some tires.
Don't give me a reason to have to come out.
Well, I don't got that far to go yet, so.
I know, but those tires look like a bitch to change.
You know what? I got to put the wheel lock thing back in here for the lugs. So it's that one of them 11 splines, so you can't put a 12-point socket on it.
Yeah.
And I took it out because I rotated them the other day. I forgot to put it in here. So I'm glad you said something. Because, yeah, you wouldn't be changing them.
Yeah, you got them there fancy lug nuts.
Stupid. It's stupid.
Bet you need a little WD-40 on them.
Actually, I'm going to buy a can because I got a squeaky door in the office. I'm not kidding either. And I got to kill some wasps later, so I'll probably use it for that.
Just get krill oil. That shit works so much better.
Well, but that's
it's
not...
It's about $19 a can.
Yeah, well, we WD-40 here, so...
Cheap ass.
Yeah, I know. All right, everybody, that's WD-40. That's the original WD-40. Not Zach. They sound the same. Same sense of humor, but... Semi is not letting me over. Like, really, dude? You've got nobody on that. Whatever. No, that's Patrick. He's the so there's a long story about it, but long story short, like 12 years, probably more like 15 years ago, there was it was 11 o'clock at night in his garage, and just WD-40. It was a joke. And we thought that it was a ham radio guy, and we thought that he was going to get the joke. And Patrick's like, yeah, this is WD-40. And we thought the guy on the other end of the radio was going to get the joke. And he didn't get the joke. And it's just been a thing. And to this day, he still thinks that was a real person, I think. But yeah, there's the WD-40 thing. That's been in the back of my mind for a while. But anyway, I don't know if anything else is going to happen today. I mean, we might get something else, like a secondary system that comes through here. HRRR does show something, maybe. At least it did. So I don't know if we'll be back out or not. Maybe. Maybe. Guess I could look. But I don't know, this wasn't a bad one to go out for. The lightning was cool. That was worth it. But I don't know, when this stuff's this close to home, it's just like, why not, I guess. Probably get a $30 toll bill from the state of Illinois when this is all done. Yeah, HRRR doesn't show really anything, except maybe something around Rockford at like 5. But that's really questionable. This stuff is just hanging around too long. Like, the sun's not going to heat it up enough, I don't think. So, I don't know. But whatever. We were here. Count it. I do think I'm dying, though. I don't know why. Hopefully I make it to tomorrow and I don't die. Yeah, it's been just up and down I-39 these past few days. It's kind of cutting into my getting things done schedule, though, which is a little bit of a problem. I'm kind of just ready for winter, honestly, at this point. I mean, not really, but like, I'll take a snowstorm at this point. I love snowstorms. I think the earliest like snowstorm we've had in a season was probably that Trinidad one at the last week of October, first week of November last year, or 2 years ago. That was nuts. Take another one of those. The thing is, though, when you get these snowstorms around here, if you want to call it that, even if you get a foot of snow, if it takes 12 hours to get a foot of snow, it's really not that big of a deal, because honestly they just keep up with the plowing out here. I mean, that's the thing about like this eastern Iowa, northern Illinois, southern Wisconsin. It's like the snow removal is pretty good, especially these highways, you know. I mean, it just, they keep up with it, so you don't even really realize how much it snowed. But you go out west where they don't keep up with it because there's like 2 plows for the whole damn county, and they fall behind, then you really start noticing how much snow there is. Like out here, it's always a little bit like, okay, whatever. So they do a pretty good job with snow removal out here. Like some of the, like in Wisconsin, some of the townships, because we don't have like state plows or anything, but some of the townships don't do as good of a job than others, but none of them really do a bad job. But a lot of people, a lot of the locals complain about it. Like, we have terrible roads. They don't plow the roads good. And it's like, yeah, they do. Like, have you lived anywhere else where they don't plow the roads? Because I've been to places where they don't really plow the roads, and this ain't one of them. That'd be a fun job. Maybe that's what I need to start doing. We need to see if we can get a side job with like one of the townships, and I'll just start plowing snow in the winter, and we'll just live stream the snow plowing. I could do that. That'd be fun. I always like plowing snow. It does get old after a little while, though. I think if it was my job too, I would get sick of it. Oh, we gotta go pay the... pay our Illinois tax here. We go through the Illinois tax collection device. Boom! Just like that, $3. God, I hate Illinois. I shouldn't say I hate Illinois. I hate Illinois politics. So the people here aren't that bad. And honestly, I've said this so many times, but like, honestly, Illinois is not a bad state. It's just Chicago. Oh, that guy hit a hell of a pothole there. That's a big one, too. You're about to lose your kid in that one. It's $3.87 for gas, so it's actually cheaper down here than it is in Beloit. That's weird. I gotta stop at Walmart and get some sinus rinse. I gotta get some. I need to get some wasp spray. I might be better off just going to Farm and Fleet for that, honestly. One more exit. Looks like it's going to keep raining for a while. I really do hope it stops raining. Like, we're good now. I mean, we needed the rain bad, but I think we're fine now. So I guess they're putting a new casino up here. That guy's got a tail light out. Shots fired in Rockford or Janesville.
We've got one caller so far on this. They heard about 5 to 6 shots. Broken up. Sounded northwest.
Oh God. This might be legit. So caller heard 5 or 6 shots. Okay. In Janesville by the AutoZone.
Yeah, and I copy it. And 231 will aid you.
I wonder if that's.
Keeping that visual.
I wonder if it's legit or if it's just something else. Construction noises or something.
Shoot for doing here.
Well, we'll kind of stay live for a little bit here. I want to know what's going on with this shots fired here. Because I was going to go to Janesville to the Walmart. Or the Farm and Fleet. Probably just the Farm and Fleet. Yeah, we're passing Beloit right now. God dang it. Farm and Fleet, do they sell guns? I thought they just sold ammunition. I actually need to get up to Madison. Speaking of that, because my everyday carry is getting a little bit old and kind of nasty. Not because it's been used.
Red Robin at 2430 Humes Road. We have a Zone 23 office and silent hold-up alarm activation.
Now they're getting a hold-up alarm at a bank? Is that what I heard? But no, my everyday carry is getting kind of just you know, beat up and worn down from dust and salt water and everything. So I don't know what's going on. I got shots fired and a hold-up alarm somewhere. I don't know if they're nearby each other or not. Yeah, starting fluid and brake cleaner works really well to kill wasps. You got to be able to get right up on eye level with them, though. Probably just need to replace like all of my everyday carry stuff, like my flashlight, knife. Everything's pretty beat up. About time to rotate it, I guess.
We have an overturn in Roosevelt, 22211 Hamilton.
That's a nice piece of sheet metal in the road. That's probably got a nail in it. Cool.
Grade 44 at Mercy. 44 at Mercy.
You only answer to honest questions. I do not answer to authority. Okay. That's fine.
314 that's fine. Can I clear up the follow-up then involving this kid sticker Guinea Day depending for help?
Well, the shots fired must not have been a big deal. I haven't heard anything about it.
Just keep it open so I know.
Alright, we got an exit up here. Coming up soonish. A lot of people driving around without no lights on. And then they wonder why they get in a wreck.
Around at Mercy, Janesville. 641, you're at Mercy, Janesville.
Well, folks, that'll probably be about it for today. I'm about to the Farm and Fleet. Next exit. All right, folks. Yeah, we'll probably wrap this up because I'm about where I need to go. We might be live again later. Maybe. It's not super likely, but it's possible. Another doorknob without their lights on. All right, if we don't have anything else going on the rest of the day, I think we're probably going to be back tomorrow, I would imagine. It's probably almost a given. I think we're going to end up somewhere down there by Kansas City. But, you know, give or take, who knows? So thanks for watching, everybody. And if I don't see you later today, I'm sure I will see you guys tomorrow for the 4th repeat. But tomorrow shouldn't be a repeat. It should be something different. I mean, not much, but I think it's probably going to be like Kansas City across northern Missouri. But we'll see in the morning. I'll see you guys later. Thanks for being here.